Good morning, everyone, and thank you for coming to day 2 of FYEC. My name is still Kat, and I'm the first year commissioner behind this conference. My pronouns are she, her, and I'm in 2B Mechatronics Engineering. Today is a different directorship that we're going to feature. So with me today, I have Thomas, who's one of our logistics directors, and I'll also be representing Anita, a fantastic logistics director who made this conference possible.
Hello, I'm Thomas. My pronouns are he, him. As Kat said, I've been one of the logistics directors for this conference, and our other super logistics director has been Anita, who's really taken on so much and done a great job. Me personally, I've been helping out mostly with the live streams and building those up, while Anita has done a lot of the Discord stuff. And by a lot, I mean almost all.
So if you guys are interacting with the YouTube live stream, as I hope you're doing right now, or if you are on our Discord, that's all made possible by these two people. So give it up for two really amazing human beings. Anita is in management, pronoun she, her, and fantastic human to work with. Absolutely lovely. So with that, Thomas, can you give us an overview of what people can expect today?
Absolutely, I can. All right. Well, first things first. Our lovely mental health commissioner, Ahmad, is going to talk about mental health with you all. And then you'll have a little break. And then the outreach commissioner will be talking to you all about volunteering. And then there will be a session about EDI, which is diversity, inclusivity, and the E is something.
Equity.
Equity.
Or equality. My bad.
Equality. Equality.
We're out here. It's a morning. Thank you for tuning in.
I was trying to figure it out, to be honest with you. Then a short break after that. And then the execs and commissioners from the Engineering Society will be presenting. So the execs will be presenting live, and then all the commissioners have recorded these lovely 1-minute videos to introduce themselves to you. So this will be an opportunity for you to get to know the people really running EngSoc.
So effectively today you're going to get a lot of leadership opportunities thrown your way, and you can learn a lot about how Waterloo functions and how you can get involved.
That's very true. So after that, we get to know even more EngSoc people. There will be a session about EngSoc directors and how you can get involved in directorships and in the Engineering Society. Once again,
that's what Thomas is, and he's crushing it.
I am a director. Anita, who is not here,
is also one of our
proxy via Kat is also a director. Then after that, we're going to have presentations from design teams. I'm sure you've heard of design teams. There are many at Waterloo, such as the rocket ship one.
Rocketry?
The solar car. What are other ones?
We have things like UOFT. We have robotics team. We have a lot of different design teams you can get involved with. Today you'll get a taste of a few of them, and they have really cool design challenges that they have for you, and they'll be presenting some of those. So you can see what kind of design team you'd want to maybe pursue or get involved with, and all of that will be revealed later.
Yeah. And then we'll have a break for lunch. I hope you'll all be hungry by then, at least.
Please take healthy breaks during the entirety of this conference.
And then after that, Megan Town from WUSA is going to talk to us about university services as well as WUSA. WUSA is the Waterloo Undergraduate Student Association. And they manage a ton of things across campus. And really, Megan Town is going to tell you all the awesome things that WUSA does for you.
Especially as an engineering rep,
get involved
too.
With. Yeah. After that, Campus Wellness will be doing a session on resiliency. There will be a quick break in between. university services and resiliency. Forgot to mention that. After resiliency, we have a session on academics. The I's like an I'm scared, you know, for those of you who didn't get that. And then there is a quick break and then a session really on how to conference. And so if you haven't realized yet, there are many, many conferences you have the opportunity to attend as engineering students. And these could be provincial conferences, these could be national conferences, or these could be conferences like this one, which are just open to first years at Waterloo. And so our lovely VP Communications, Andrew, is going to talk to you about how to apply to these conferences, how to make the most of these conferences, and really what they're all about and how you can get involved in them and how you can build friendships in between all these different universities.
Yep, so this is only an internal conference to Waterloo, but if you are interested in conferences, you could network with people from different schools, different programs, and it's just a lot of fun. So I highly recommend looking into that session. Andrew can speak a lot to it, and you can see if you can get involved in some things like that.
After that, there will be...
We have a jam-packed day for you guys.
Oh, yes. This is the big day. After that, there will be 2 leadership workshops, one at 5:40 p.m. and one at 7:10 p.m. You do need to sign up for this because there is limited space.
So for the signups, one of our directors will post an announcement into the announcements channel of the Discord. But however, you have all been emailed the link from me 2 or 3 days ago. So check out that link if you're interested in the session. Learn some really cool things. Take those skills, slap it on a resume or interview, and you're good to go.
Yeah, this is really someone who's coming in, who's an expert, who's going to talk to you about leadership. And both sessions are the same. It doesn't matter which one you attend, but I really would recommend trying to attend one if you can.
And try to coordinate with your friends as to which one you want to go to.
That too. After that, the day winds down. There will be some online games on Discord if people want to join in. I'm sure you can also just hang out on Discord if you want to do that. But after that, that kind of ends all of the active programming. And you can do what you want, go to bed or hang out. It's really up to you.
Yep. Just remember, this conference is what you make it. We have a full Discord server. Feel free to talk to any of the people. All of the people you're going to be seeing today doing our sessions will also be involved with the Discord to some capacity, so you can join up on sessions over there and talk with people from design teams, ask them a lot more questions, ask them for more information. There's a lot of ways to interact over here and kind of pick and choose how you want to make it. It's a choose your own adventure conference. And with that, let's kick this off, shall we?
Yeah, have a good day, everyone. I think that's my cue to head out, but I wish you all the best and participate in everything. Please.
And on behalf of Anita, I'm sure she wishes you the best too. So, from our team over here, have a fantastic day 2 at conference.
Yeah, good luck.
Bye, everyone.
Everyone struggles with difficult emotions from time to time, but it is when those emotions spiral and become difficult to deal with, is when it's time to consider getting help. Sometimes these emotions are symptoms of a disorder, and other times they are a response to environmental, emotional, or physical distress. Regardless of the cause, it is important to seek support in these situations. A lot of resources are available to University of Waterloo students, and this presentation outlines how to get that support and the benefits of doing so. With that, let's get started. There are many valid reasons to consider seeking help, and oftentimes we don't recognize warning signs that signal the presence of an issue. The above symptoms, such as stress, anxiety, prolonged sadness, feelings of disconnection, unexplained physical pains, trauma, struggles with food or substances, becoming withdrawn and isolated, and lack of control over emotions are just a few symptoms that someone struggling with mental health may experience, and are all very valid reasons to get professional help. Even if you do not experience these particular symptoms, getting help such as therapy can be very helpful for those that wish to talk to someone and gain a fresh perspective on how to deal with difficult situations. That being said, let's dive into some of the services that are available. Health services houses general physicians and then psychiatrists, doctors that specialize in mental health. Another resource is counseling services. They provide counseling, group therapy, workshops, and more. Lastly, there are student-run services, which consist of many organizations that provide mental health and other types of support. Alongside this, there are a slew of crisis and emergency services both off and on campus. Now, what exactly do physicians and psychiatrists do? Both general practitioners and psychiatrists will listen to your concerns and recommend further action. This further action may consist of monitoring symptoms for an extended period, recommending lifestyle changes, referring you to counseling, or prescribing medications, to name a few. To see a psychiatrist, your general practitioner will have to refer you. The appointment with the psychiatrist is much more thorough and will possibly result in a diagnosis. In these appointments, it is recommended that you are detailed as you can be with your symptoms. Your doctor is there to help you. To make an appointment for mental health at health services, simply call the front desk and request an appointment for mental health reasons. They won't ask you to elaborate further and will schedule you with one of the physicians that are trained to deal with mental health. The next type of support available is counseling services. There is often confusion about what counseling entails and how counselors can help with mental health, so here's a brief overview. Counselors, also called therapists, are registered and help people handle and navigate personal, social, and psychological problems. Counselors are not doctors and cannot prescribe meds or provide a diagnosis. What they can do, however, is listen to your symptoms and thoughts and provide concrete ways for you to navigate those issues and better your situation. They may, for example, introduce you to cognitive behavioral therapy, also called CBT, among other types of therapies. As mentioned, counselors may introduce you to different types of therapy, a common one being CBT. Just as an example, I'll go over the main techniques in CBT and how they are beneficial when practiced. When in distress, many of us allow our instinctive critical thoughts to cause upsetting feelings, which then leads to counterproductive behaviors, further powering a cycle that causes distress and can make life quite difficult. Simply stated, your thoughts often influence your emotions, which then lead to damaging behaviors that fuel this cycle. CBT enables individuals to identify and challenge those negative thoughts, disrupting that destructive cycle. With practice and intent, anyone can learn to gain more self-awareness and learn to analyze distressing thoughts before immediately reacting. CBT is just one of the ways that therapy can be beneficial. Now, to make an appointment, you'll have to make an appointment at the front desk of Needles Hall's office. Here, you may be required to fill out a questionnaire. Next, you'll meet with an intake counselor in Needles Hall. These intake counselors will ask you to describe your main symptoms and then will book you with the counselor. For your first appointment with your counselor, it is vital to be open and speak freely about your concerns. You can only get as much out of a session as you put in. Remember, they're there to help you feel free, so feel free to ask for resources, concrete steps, and explicitly identify your ultimate goals. These things can be goals such as reducing anxiety, becoming more comfortable in social situations, or reducing negative self-talk, to name a few. If you feel that your counselor isn't right for your needs, it is always valid to request a different counselor for your next appointment. Also note that while counselors can advise you and provide an outlet, it is also important that you follow up on their advice and put the work in. After the first initial appointment, you can choose to follow up with your counselor, which will happen every 2 to 4 weeks. Although it can seem challenging, therapy can be incredibly rewarding and equip you with skills for life that will help you deal with difficult situations. Note, it is important not to miss appointments. However, you can always call in and reschedule or cancel. Now, if you're watching this during 2020, because of COVID-19, the normal protocol for booking counseling services has been changed. Now to book an appointment, simply call counseling services to request an appointment. They are offering both phone and video calling appointments. Aside from mental health services provided by Campus Wellness, there are several student-run organizations that also support student wellness right on campus. These organizations are specialized with dealing with different issues and can help you navigate whatever it may be that you need help with. To begin with, MAID provides counseling to students by extensively trained student volunteers. This is confidential and gives you a chance to talk to someone who's more familiar and understanding of the student experience. Similarly, GLOW is a queer and trans organization, which while providing many events and resources, also offers confidential peer support. They are both provided through WUSA, and more information is available in provided links. At GLOW, both the Women's Center and RAISE are located in SLC and offer confidential support hours, among other events. The Women's Center aims to provide a female-positive atmosphere on campus, while RAISE serves to address racism and xenophobia on campus. Both are provided by WUSA, and more information is available through the given links. If you require urgent support, there are many resources available both on and off campus. On campus, UW Police, counseling services, and health services can all help you. UW Police is available 24/7, while both counseling and health services will provide same-day appointments for any serious concerns. Additionally, here are the contacts of the hospitals in the Kitchener-Waterloo area. In addition to hospitals, there are many hotlines that exist to support you. All of these hotlines are available 24/7. Here's a quick overview of all the hotlines. Here 27 provides support for mental health, substance abuse, and other crises. All you need to do is reach out. Here 27 will do the work of intake and booking further appointments for you if needed. Crisis Services Canada is a hotline aimed at suicide prevention and giving support to those affected by suicide. Empower Me mental health resources provide in-person, phone, and video counseling sessions with trained professionals for a variety of issues. Empower Me mental health resources is a great resource if there isn't an immediate crisis, as they provide help for all sorts of situations. KW Sexual Assault Support Center is not only a hotline, but also serves to facilitate healing. Lastly, the Huron-Perth Helpline provides crisis phone services and is focused on assessment and treatment. That covers the main resources available in KW. Although many mental health illnesses and issues can feel incredibly isolating, you're not alone in your struggles, and I don't mean this only figuratively. The next slide contains some stats from the Canadian Mental Health Association. Remember, you're not alone. Around 50% of people will have or have had a mental illness by age 40. 1 in 5 people will personally experience a mental health problem in any given year. Estimates say that 10 to 20% of Canadian youth are affected by a mental illness or disorder, the single most disabling group of disorders worldwide. These numbers illustrate that it is not uncommon to experience difficulties with mental health. However, once depression is recognized, help can make a difference for 80% of people who are affected, allowing them to get back to their regular activities. Acknowledging the presence of an issue and taking the necessary steps can help you recover and improve your mental health, regardless of what the issue may be. Mental health is not only an individual issue and has far-reaching effects on everyone. Mental health indirectly affects us all, through family members, friends, colleagues, and more. I hope that this presentation helped clarify the mental health resources available on campus and highlighted exactly how to engage in those resources. However, this presentation is mostly geared at students on campus and might be well suited for students on co-op or off campus. However, NSOC has created a wonderful comprehensive guide that provides more details about the resources mentioned, highlights other resources, and addresses how co-op students and students off campus can receive help. The guide is linked. Remember, your mental health matters and there is support available. Aside from these resources, remember that your support system is also available. It can be extremely intimidating to bring up mental health to your loved ones, but you are never alone in your struggles. With physical health, checkups and regular testing is done to prevent issues before they arise. Similarly, it is important to take care of your mental health even if you feel as if it's a small issue.
And hello, everyone. Thank you for just tuning into our main session. Right now, we have Ahmed Kamal on the line, and the rest of this dedicated session is going to be talking about mental health from the perspective of the mental health commissioners. So Ahmed Kamal is in his 2B term of mechatronics engineering, pronouns he, him. He is a very good friend of mine and our current NSOC commissioner for mental health. And between the two of us, we'll just have a conversation here, since I'm the previous mental health comm. Let's take it away then.
Okay, so hi everyone. I'm Ahmed, so as Kat said, I'm the mental health commissioner. And today I'd like to talk to you all about dispelling some rumors around mental health. So these are just rumors that I heard as a first year or someone that's like coming into Waterloo. And a lot of them have been not untrue, and I'd like to dispel some of them. And so I'm going to start with one that's very common, which is not everyone has mental health. This is like usually a sort of stigma or taboo about mental health, where people just assume that they don't have mental health. I want to dispel that immediately. Everyone has mental health, and everyone has to take care of their mental health. And it's as important to take care of your mental health as it is like your physical health. So some things like going to the gym and exercising, you also need to do the same by taking care of your mental health and focusing on wellness. Another one that I'd like to dispel is that mental illnesses aren't prevalent. So I'm sure Kat has heard these stats a lot before, but I just want to say that by the time Canadians reach like 40 years of age, 1 in 2 have or have had a mental illness. And I think in any given year, 1 in 5 experience a mental addiction problem. And this issue is actually more prevalent among youth, so people 15 to 24. So just around the age of most people in university, they're more likely to experience a mental illness and or a substance abuse disorder. And all these stats are from the Center for Addiction and Mental Health.
So then building off of those stats, it's really important to make sure that first off you acknowledge it, but then you take healthy actions in accepting that this is just the reality we live in. So one of the ways you can do that, and it's a very easy way and makes a big difference, is actually just watching the dialect of how you speak, making sure that you don't use words that are offensive, watching your speech to like limit from things that would be offensive to someone regarding their mental health. So don't use words that could be kind of exclusionary or, for instance, like commenting on something relating to someone's mental health. Mental health is like physical health, like Ahmed said. So we need to appreciate that there's a huge spectrum of different people, different mental health flavors, and it's good to be respectful of that.
And to add to that, I want to say that there's no stigma around mental health, and it's a very like open subject that everyone can just talk about openly. I know I've had conversations about it with my professors, my employers, my design team, engineering society. It's something that's a very casual conversation, and just as like sometimes I say, hey, I'm going to the gym, sometimes I'd say, hey, I'm focusing on my wellness today.
And that's really important. It's very, very crucial that in the same way that you exercise and you keep yourself physically healthy, you also take time to say, I need a break, I need some downtime off my screen, I need to just relax and decompress, or maybe I need to see someone for like an actual mental health, from an actual mental health trained background. And that is A-okay too, in the same way that we see physical doctors to help us with ailments like my knee hurts or something. It's also very open and accepted, and we're trying to increase that kind of sense in our community that, sure, it's very important to go see a doctor to maybe talk about something if you think that you have a legitimate mental health concern, because that's very valid.
And to add to that, sometimes it's confusing to know which resources to use. So that's why we've been creating lots of resources and documentation to guide you where you need to go. So like that video you just watched by some of our amazing directors, or We also have a mental health how-to guide, and it's all available on the NGSOC website. So if you just head there, click resources, mental health, and you'll find all these links to all these awesome resources.
Another thing you can find on that page is if you need to talk to a psychologist for some reason, or one or another, they have a huge breakdown of ways that people are trained. And I found this really awesome because you can talk to someone specifically in the area you need. So it's a ton of recommended resources in the Waterloo area and online at large. And you can check that out all at the NGSOC Mental Health website.
And to add to that, going back to like dispelling some rumors, there was one that I heard as a first year, and I'm not sure if you heard this one, Kat, that it takes a really long time to reach any sort of mental health resources in Waterloo. And I just want to dispel that rumor immediately because it's actually a lot faster than most people expect to reach resources. We've got a lot of urgent resources that are available for immediate response. So if you ever need any immediate mental health resources, you can contact Here 24/7, Good to Talk, or Empower Me. And of course, on top of that, there's always calling either campus police or 911. But another thing that's like related to resources is I wanted to add that people also think that reaching resources for not urgent reasons takes a really long time. And that's also incorrect. So if you go to counseling services, they offer like intake immediately, and during that appointment, they can like schedule the best resource that works for you. And the timing of how fast you can like meet with a counselor depends on a lot of things, like what time you determine how busy they are. But it's usually pretty fast. I know from personal experience, I was able to see a counselor within less than a week, 3 days or something like that. But of course, this depends on what time of the term and how busy they are at the time.
Again, it's really good to like leverage all of the resources, and it can be a little bit confusing because we're talking about so many things. So everything that was covered in today's presentation will be available as a pre-record or a recorded video for you to review after. And also all of the resources that we just went through are part of the mental health how-to guide, again, on NGSOC's website. So you can find that at any time throughout the term if you need to go and check that out once more.
Yeah, I cannot keep pushing that mental health how-to guide enough. I think it's an amazing resource, and everyone should use that one.
And in the off time, highly recommending mates. So for instance, if you want to talk about something that isn't quite along the lines of, I need to go to see a psychologist at that point, you just need to, for instance, get something off your chest, or to talk about a friend drama, to talk about something that's happening in your class, or in your classroom. If you want to just figure out something like that and be heard by a peer mentor, definitely check out that resource.
And Mate is an awesome resource because it's confidential, and they won't share your information unless if there's an immediate risk. And all the volunteers there are trained in dealing with a wide variety of situations. And they're all students, just like us. So they relate quite a lot to the experiences and struggles that we go through on every single day. And another resource that I wanted to mention is Empower Me. This is something that just started in the winter term, actually. And it's a great resource because it's always available online for everyone to use either through their co-op term or during their work term. During their study term.
And then with that, regrettably, we're signing off for the mental health session. If you have any more questions, Ahmed and myself are on Discord. You can also reach out to Mates or any of the resources that we've talked about today. And thank you so much for attending the session.
Thanks for listening. Bye.
Hi everyone, my name is Andrea and I am the Outreach Commissioner for this term. My role as Outreach Commissioner is essentially to work on a lot of the initiatives that we have to get involved in the community. So whether that is educational outreach, volunteering at the museum, or whether that's raising money for different charities, I'm sort of the one that oversees all of those things. So a big reason why people often find it difficult to volunteer is that they don't have time. And obviously we're students, right? Like we have school, we have extracurriculars, there's a lot of different things that we have to prioritize. For a lot of us that maybe live off campus, we also have to cook, clean, take care of our housing, stuff like that. So a strategy that I like to use for finding time to volunteer is actively making time for it. I truly believe that if you enjoy volunteering, if you enjoy the organization that you are going to go make a positive impact for, then I definitely think that you can make time for it. So a good thing for time management that I like to do is actively scheduling my time and prioritizing, saying, I really want to go volunteer at this event and I think it's going to be a lot of fun, so I'm going to make sure that my Saturday afternoon is ready to go for that activity. And it just requires a little bit of planning beforehand, but I truly believe that if you are passionate about volunteering and you like where you're working or what you're doing, then you can definitely make time for it. It just takes a little bit more time to prepare and be sort of actively ready for it. So obviously due to COVID, a lot has changed, including how volunteering looks. Obviously volunteering today is not going to look the same as volunteering maybe 4 or 5 months ago. So Engineering Society and our amazing community service directors have put together a little bit of a challenge to help you still get involved in the community no matter where you're from. So whether you're in Waterloo, if you're in some other part of Canada, or maybe some other part of the world, we've put together a list of 10 different things that you could do in your community, either safely from your home or safely socially distanced in the community. So it's super simple to participate. All you have to do is do one or more of the activities on that list and show that you're getting involved and staying safe while getting involved. If you would like to participate in our little competition that we have going on, if you participate in 3 different challenges, or 3 different activities in the challenge, and you send us proof, so like a picture of you doing that activity, we will send you a newly designed fresh patch for free. So it's just a little bit of incentive to get involved, but obviously this term volunteering and outreach looks a lot different, but we're hoping with this challenge that a lot of you will find inspiration to go and get involved in your communities and maybe try it out or find a new organization that you can volunteer with. So my journey with volunteering, I think, really started when I was young. I was a member of Girl Guides of Canada, and through there were a lot of opportunities to volunteer, whether that was doing garbage pickups in the community or volunteering at different organizations, food banks, you name it, or like doing cards for veterans. That was another activity that I thought was a lot of fun when I was doing Girl Guides. But I think starting young and being open and sort of seeing how many different ways you can volunteer and make a difference really had a strong impact on me. So I think from a young age, I kind of looked at volunteering as something that not only was something that would benefit me, but it would benefit other people around me. And so I guess I would say that over the years I've sort of taken on like different volunteer roles, whether that be sort of leadership focused or whether that be, I would say I'm a huge follower for like women empowerment. So definitely along those lines as well. I kind of just always I'm actively looking for something that I can get involved in or somewhere where I can think that I can make a positive difference. So that's kind of where I started my journey with volunteering. It started kind of when I was young and then sort of evolved into this thing where now I love to take like different leadership opportunities within the volunteering that I do. So I definitely think, and when it comes to why people should get involved with volunteering, I can think of probably like thousands and thousands of reasons. But I think my favorite reason why I volunteer or what I find the most rewarding is knowing that whatever you're doing is going to make a positive impact on somebody out there. So whether that's just collecting money for a charity or maybe sorting through like food in a food bank, like these small little tasks that you might think are just like small tasks that you might not think much of can make a huge impact for somebody somewhere in the world. And I think that's the most rewarding part, is knowing that you can make a positive difference by just doing simple tasks and helping someone. I think that is the most rewarding thing about volunteering. Personally, for me, when I sort of look at all the volunteering opportunities I've had and all the mentorship opportunities that I've had where I've actively volunteered to mentor other people, I think it's always nice when you see somebody succeeding and when you see somebody being super happy for the work that you've done, and that is definitely the most rewarding for me. But other than that, volunteering just gives you a whole other sort of set of experiences that I think a lot of us tend to miss out on. So by volunteering, you oftentimes get to hear different perspectives, different stories that you might not hear when you're surrounded by the same people, like in your engineering class or your friends. Getting to know those people and sort of understanding their stories, I think, is a huge part about volunteering as well. Just understanding somebody's perspective and seeing things from a different light. That's super important. Obviously, volunteering also provides a lot of hands-on experiences. You can gain a lot of soft skills from it, whether you're actively mentoring with somebody, working as a team, maybe doing web development for a nonprofit organization. You know, there's so many different ways that you can sort of use your skills and grow on your skills, whether that's your technical skills, if you're doing like maybe coding, creating a website for an organization that may not have had one before, or if you're doing actively working with younger children, maybe doing educational stuff. I think in multiple ways, no matter which volunteering experience you choose, you're either gaining or working on your soft skills or your technical skills, and that is also something that you can put on your resume as well. So I definitely encourage all of you to go out there into the community, find something that you're passionate about, and even if it is you're working on your skills, you're gaining your skills, it's always nice to know that you're gaining something, but you're also giving back at the same time. So it's kind of like a win-win scenario for yourself as well as the organizations out there that you're going to be volunteering with. So if you're on campus and you're looking for something fun, looking for different volunteer opportunities, there are a ton available, and you'd be surprised because oftentimes you don't really see these opportunities as coming in as first years, I would say. So one of my best resources that I have for you all is leads.uwaterloo.ca, and I actually used this as a first year when I was coming in and looking for volunteer opportunities. But essentially it's like this job volunteer opportunity board, and it has a whole bunch of volunteer opportunities as well as some job opportunities as well for you to get involved in within the Waterloo community, as well as some of them are more specific towards like engineering or different services that are out there. So the Waterloo Undergraduate Student Association, otherwise known as WUSA, has a ton of services that they provide all the students at Waterloo, and they are always looking for volunteers for their different services. So some of the services include the campus response team, so that provide first aid for different events. There's the Women's Center, there's RAISE, which stands up for racial equity, the Glow Center, and then there's also the Bike Center. So I could just keep going on and on about all the different services and all the different places where you can volunteer. There's also different peer mentoring opportunities as well, whether you want to get involved in some of the living learning communities. So really, if you go on that website, I think you'll be able to find a ton of volunteer opportunities. If you're looking for something that's a little bit more local and something that is not specifically engineering related, that's a great resource to use, I would say. Other than, I would say, looking at Waterloo campus specific, outside of Waterloo, there's a ton of organizations as well. And you'd be surprised by what you can find. So if you're looking for something that's specific within the Kitchener-Waterloo region, there's actually a volunteer job board, which I'll be sharing in the comments during this live chat while this video is going on. And that is a great resource, and it has a ton of different organizations out there. Wherever you are, I could say, in the world, in Canada, worldwide, Waterloo, wherever you are, you'd be surprised by the amount of organizations that are out there that are looking for active volunteers. So even if you don't really know where to get started, if you just Google volunteer opportunities, you'll definitely see a lot come through. But for Kitchener-Waterloo, I know we have a job board or a volunteer board that I can definitely share the link with all of you. I would say though, if you're looking for something more specific, or if you see that there's nothing really that's sparking your interest, I would definitely recommend just doing a simple Google search. And I kid you not, like, it seems like weird because if you're just gonna Google something, but it's true. If you're maybe looking to gain some web development experience, and I've kind of used this example before when I've talked about volunteering, but you can literally just Google web development, nonprofit organization, or even some small businesses as well. They're always looking for ways to sort of improve on their website. You can definitely go and search there as well. So if you're not seeing anything on these bulletin boards or these sort of links or resources, I definitely recommend just doing a flat out Google search and asking around, because I highly definitely will give you, like, I'll make sure I'm very confident that you will be able to find something through there. Another tip that I have is maybe asking around with people that you know and people who might need something that you want to volunteer for. Maybe you're a soccer player and you are very passionate about teaching young children how to play soccer. Maybe there's somebody in your local community who you can reach out to, or maybe you already know somebody, right? So if all else doesn't work out and you're not seeing anything that interests you, I would recommend going out there, actively talking to people, searching for people and saying, hey, I'm very passionate about these things. Is there anywhere where I can volunteer and I can sort of give up some of the things that I have to offer to whoever it may be, whichever organization, nonprofit, small business, whatever it may be. But I definitely do recommend actively searching if you don't find something that is really something that you're looking for. Another reason why I think that people should definitely get involved with volunteering is because, look, we're students and life is busy and we get that. But life isn't just about like studying and going through that motion, trying to find a co-op job, stuff like that, right? Like, you need time for yourself and you need to give yourself some time to sort of do something that you like or something that you're passionate about. So that's where I definitely say volunteering can play a huge role. For me, volunteering has been sort of my safe space. It's where I kind of am able to relax and step away from all the stresses of school, co-op, any like chores that I have. It's always like a nice place where I can go and I can sort of, experience something new and sort of relax and do something that'll benefit others. So another point that I definitely wanted to make was, you need time for yourself, and sometimes volunteering is that one outlet where you can definitely let yourself relax and not worry or stress about schoolwork and that kind of thing.
Hi everyone, this is the FYEC 2020 EDI training. It was made by our former Waterloo Engineering president, Mac, and today it was switched around a little bit to make it better for our purposes, and it will be presented by me. I'm Claire, I use she, her pronouns, and I'm going into my 2A term of biomedical engineering here at Waterloo. I'm also our NSOC Inclusivity Director, which basically helps the society make sure all our events and services are as inclusive as possible, as well as I am a point of contact for any equity concerns that could come up, whether that be a student who wants to know about the accessibility of an event they want to attend, or a director who wishes to make their event that they're planning more inclusive. I can give them some advice. So today we're going to cover some core definitions, some systems of oppression and how we contribute to them, some different types of discrimination, and I also want to go over some things that NSOC has, but it seems that number 4 was deleted, so just pretend. So core definitions are first. First one's diversity, which is the condition of being composed of variety, the range of human differences. And diversity is a fact. It is in everything that we do, see, and experience. If you have more than one person in a room, you have diversity. Inclusion, on the other hand, is including someone or something within a group, involvement or empowerment where the worth and dignity of all is recognized. So this is making sure that everyone has their voice heard and can participate at the same level. So as I said before, diversity is a fact, inclusion is a choice. There will always be diversity as long as we have more than one person, but inclusion is a way of thinking and acting, and that's what we want to try to work on today. Another good definition to know is equity. So that's freedom from bias or favoritism, the absence of avoidable disadvantages among groups of people. So as you can see in the images in the first picture, everyone is given the same resources and only 2 people can see over the fence. In the second picture, everyone is given the resources they require to see over the fence, so that would be equitable. And in the third picture, all of the barriers are removed, and which would also be equitable, but that would be more inclusive. So another good definition to note is privilege, and that's the right, advantage, or immunity granted to a particular person or group. So basically having an advantage over others in a specific aspect of your life, whether it be identity-based or some just happenstance that you become more privileged of someone else. It all goes into what we see with everyone else around us. Oppression is the cruel and unfair treatment of people by not giving them the same freedoms or rights as other people. It can also be discrimination or other various things that we will be discussing soon in this presentation. And say its name and it shall come, systems of oppression and how we contribute to them. So systems of oppression are when discriminatory acts of exclusion have expanded into our society. So some examples of that could be our law, our education, our policies, or our government. And intersectionality is basically saying that people have more than one identity. So when I look at myself, for example, I am a woman, yes, but I also am a person in STEM. So I maybe have different religious beliefs or come from a different race than others. And that makes me intersectional because someone else in the same room as me may not have the same life experiences or identity that I have, and thus would make us diverse. But basically intersectionality is saying that although you're diverse, you can be diverse in more ways than one. So how we contribute to systems of oppression, this is kind of like a hierarchy. So it goes stereotypes, prejudice, discrimination, which I'm sure are words that a lot of people hear quite often. But really stereotypes are the thought that you think, whether it be negative or positive, just thinking that you know something about a group of people. Prejudice is when you believe that and internalize it. So you think that you know it, it is part of your core beliefs. And then discrimination is when you act on that prejudice, whether that be oppressing someone, or making a comment, or more things that we will discuss in a moment, such as microaggressions, which is a remark, question, or action that is harmful due to its underlying association with a stereotype or a person's identity. They happen all the time, and unfortunately, they usually go unnoticed. So one thing we want to try to do after this presentation, a big takeaway, is try to see where your own microaggressions may lie and pin them so you can say, okay, I know that in this situation, it's something that I normally naturally say, but maybe it's a microaggression and maybe I should choose a different joke to say or a different slang word because I don't want to harm other people and their parts of their identity. Another big one is bias, which is a disproportionate weight in favor or against something. But a big thing to note is that bias is very natural in our human brain because we want to categorize things. We want to see things in a simple way, because if we brought every new piece of information into our brains would be super overloaded because obviously the world is a very busy place. But by having a natural, it's called a heuristic, you can kind of sort things into different categories, and your bias either says whether it's a good thing, a bad thing, or a neutral thing. And another big thing to note is that bias is usually unconscious. Just like I said, it's your brain just trying to sort things when all the new information is coming in. So one thing I wish you guys to take away from this short presentation is inclusive language. So just some quick points that I'm going to point out is that when you refer to a group, try to use neutral terms such as everyone or folks instead of ladies or gentlemen and things like that, just because it's more inclusive and we don't know how everyone identifies. So just by using those words, everyone's covered and you won't be making anyone feel uncomfortable. Another one is if you don't know someone's pronouns, just use they, them. It's pretty natural once you get some practice. I know at the start, if you're not exposed to people who use they, them pronouns or don't do it in your normal language every day, then it can kind of feel weird at the start, but we do use singular they, them pronouns all the time. Just if you see someone's jacket on the ground and you say, oh, someone left their jacket there. I should see if it has anything in it so I can return it to them. That's an example of singular they, them pronouns. Another big one is don't make assumptions. Don't assume you know someone's gender or sexuality or any aspect of their identity just by looking at them or talking to them for a few minutes, which is why I say if you don't know someone's pronouns, use they, them pronouns, or when you're referring to a group, use gender neutral terms. Finally, just make sure that you are open to people if they want to come tell you something. Like if they wanted to share their pronouns with you, make sure that people know you're approachable. If that's at an event, explicitly say that they can approach you if they need anything, or let your friends know that if they have anything they want to talk to you about or any concerns, that you are always there to listen. Things like that will make you a much more inclusive person overall. A big takeaway today is bias is unconscious. As said before, our brain does it naturally, but how we respond to that is not conscious. We can choose to acknowledge it, we can choose to not act on our bias, and we can educate ourselves and familiarize ourselves with new experiences, new people, new environments, and new identities that maybe we don't know a lot about. So this one is a few more definitions just about types of discrimination. We have classism, which is prejudice against or in favor of a social class, which is pretty self-explanatory. It's generally depicted as someone in a higher socioeconomic class oppressing people of a lower socioeconomic class, but obviously that is just the general way it goes. It can go other ways. We have racism, which is discrimination against someone of a different race. Now, a big thing is it can be covert or overt, which means that it can be very evident that you're making comments or actions against a certain race, or it can be something that maybe not everyone can see, but it can still be equally as offensive. And it's one of our most systemic and widespread forms of oppression. We have sexism, which is discrimination against people because of their sex. And this is commonly seen in the patriarchy and things like that against women, but obviously it can go both ways. We have cissexism, which is discrimination against certain areas of the spectrum of gender identity or expression, and it is generally in favor of cisgendered people. And then we also have heterosexism, which is similar to cissexism, but instead of being against a gender, it's against a sexual or romantic attraction, and it's in favor of heterosexual people. We have ableism, which is the discrimination in favor of able-bodied people. So in the picture there, it says that these kids are all waiting around for the stairs and they're going to shovel them off. And this person in the wheelchair wishes they could shovel off the ramp, but the person is saying that they're going to do the stairs first so the kids who are able-bodied can get to school and then they will do the ramp. But then the disabled person simply says, if you shovel the ramp, they can all get up because everyone can use the ramp, but they can't use the stairs. And that's a good example of ableism. It is one of the most acceptable forms of discrimination just because not a lot of people think about it all the time. And they say, oh, we have a wheelchair ramp, then we're being as inclusive as we need to be for the disabled population. But not all disabilities are visible upon first glance. So it's important to educate yourself and really think about things when you're creating them. So why does inclusion matter? Our work is affected by everything that our biases and identities have learned. So if we have bias against a certain population, our work will show that, and which is not great if you're trying to make a product or a system for everyone to use if you have unconscious bias against a certain population. As well as diversity is very important in engineering because we want to learn more about everything and continue getting better, and it's hard to do that when you only have one specific type of person working on a project with you. And finally, inclusion makes people feel good and do good. If you feel good about helping someone out and being inclusive, then you are more likely to continue doing that in the future and spreading that, which will just make everyone feel better at the end of the day. One big thing is it's hard to talk about, which I understand, and there's a lot of reasons, 3 of which are a lot of people feel shame and guilt when they mess up, and they feel pride and don't want to admit that maybe they have been taught something differently than what they are being told from a certain community. There are long histories of oppression, and political tensions obviously do not help that. And unacknowledged bias, assumptions, and privilege. Like I said, a lot of bias is implicit or unconscious. Same with assumptions, and a lot of people don't recognize their privilege, which makes it hard to talk about if you don't understand or see that it's going on. So finally, we have EDI and NSOC, which is the biggest part of today's presentation. We do a lot of EDI initiatives in our engineering society, and I want to share them with you, as well as just some things to remember going forward if you decide to become more involved in the engineering society. So our accessibility. We use accessibility symbols on all of our advertising, and this just lets people know what to expect when they're attending an event. So on the bottom of the flyers or the graphic, there's generally accessibility symbols or accessibility like terms and words. So they may be like physically accessible or has bright lights and loud sounds. It just lets people know without having to ask what they can expect before they sign up for an event, so they know if they can attend and participate or not. The directors have access to inclusivity resources when planning events. The EDI director audits the events that require help or raise concerns. So if anyone has an issue, they can come to myself and I will either speak to the director or one of our executives and we can figure that out. And one of the resources that the directors have is obviously access to myself to help out with their planning. And another big thing to remember is we are constantly trying to improve. New information comes to us every day. So just having the mindset of maybe knowing something and then learning something else and being able to adapt and change to that and improving. And we also have many diverse clubs such as ENGIqueers and the National Society of Black Engineers, NSBE, which we have in our engineering society. And there is lots of information on those if you go to the Engineering Society website. But it's a really good place for those who may not be as well represented in engineering. They can go and meet others like them, which is always a great thing. So then we have 3 key inclusion promoting behaviors. So be thoughtful and proactive, ask questions and listen carefully, and self-reflect. So take the information you learned today and think about how you can maybe change the way you speak to others or act. And if you don't know, be sure to ask questions, obviously respectfully, and listen to the response, which is a big one. And then at the end of the day, self-reflect and see if there's something in your everyday life that you could change to make others feel more included when they're around you. So I am unsure if any of you will be planning an event in the near future, but there may come a time when you are either running an event for the Engineering Society or a different extracurricular or just in your everyday life. But this is how to run an inclusive event so the most amount of people can enjoy. And you first want to make sure it's accessible for as many people as possible. So I have made a list. I think I made it last term, and there's a bit.ly there which you can use. And the list just goes over some basic things to think about when you're planning an event in order to make it more inclusive, and some information about how to improve that and who to contact if you still need help. But some of the things are just things that people forget when they're quickly making up an event or they have an idea on their mind and they just miss to thinking about one population that may not be able to be involved. And this is a way that people can kind of check through item by item and see if there's anything they can make more inclusive. And of course, you can always reach out to myself and I can meet with you and help you out, or through any of our social medias. And the last thing is never assume you know what someone has or needs. When in doubt, ask respectful questions, which is never a bad thing as long as you are respectful to the person you're asking and understand that they don't owe you an answer. It's up to you to educate yourself, but if you have someone willing to teach you about a certain aspect of their identity, just listen and be thoughtful and respectful. So obviously this is a new world and time for all of us because a lot of things that are happening are online, as well as most of our term and all of our events. So EDI in the online world, which is important right now and will most likely become more important in the future. So first thing is internet access. You can't assume that everyone has the same type of internet access or the same time when they have internet access. And of course, time zones are always different. When people can work from home, they may be living at home and thus be in a different time zone. And not everyone has the same resources. A lot of us are fortunate enough to have a computer, a microphone, a webcam, so lets us participate in certain events that others may not be able to. And a quiet space. Some people have a lot of siblings and a very busy house, which makes it difficult to go somewhere to be able to speak to someone because it's loud everywhere. And finally, not everyone is comfortable sharing things on social media or having social media at all. And you have to understand that when you are doing anything online, you cannot expect people to want to share aspects of their identity or their life on social media just because it's such a public space. So obviously we can't ask questions now, but my email is inclusivity.a@engsoc.uwaterloo.ca, and I am happy to answer any questions, comments, concerns that come up. I try to answer that as quickly as possible, and really I'm pretty open to answering anything, whether that be questions about this presentation, questions about the Engineering Society and how the EDI and accessibility works there, or just questions about myself. I'm happy to speak to any of you anytime, but thank you for listening. I'm very happy I got the chance to share a little bit of EDI and EngSoc with you guys. And here are some references.
And hello over there. Thank you so much for tuning in for our morning sessions and programming. We're going to take a break now until 11 a.m. and then we're going to have a live call featuring our executives on EngSoc. They're going to talk a little bit about their roles, about getting involved, about what EngSoc is, and you'll also get to meet some of the commissioners, which are a ton of lovely people I get to work with. And yeah, hope to see you there. It'll be a great time. Check out your sessions package for more info. Hello, hello, and just to check in with everyone who's still viewing, in 5 minutes we're going to be meeting our lovely executives over here, and they'll talk to you a little bit more about what to expect with NSOC, how to get involved, who they are. All of those fantastic questions will be answered shortly. See you soon. And welcome back, everyone. Thank you for tuning into our live session. This is going to be Meet the Executives and Commissioners. So without further ado, I'll turn it over to Delaney, our current ASOC president over here.
Hello, class of 2025. Super excited to have you as part of our community. My name is Delaney Lindstrom-Humphreys. My pronouns are she, her, and I'm in my 3B term of mechanical engineering. I'm also your current Engineering Society president, and I'm super happy to have you here. I'm going to let the rest of my executive team introduce themselves as well, and then we can tell you a bit about what we do. Andrew, you can go first.
Hi, I'm Andrew. I'm the current Vice President of Communications. I use he, him pronouns, and I'm in my 3B mech term. So I'm in the same class as Delaney. And we talk about what we do now. Yeah, so I oversee all the external relations with the society. So basically, we have a bunch of other engineering societies at other schools that we're in a lot of contact with. We do advocacy for engineering accreditation, what requires you to get your degree, and then also all the advertising and marketing for the society. Lars.
It's me? Okay. I'm Lars. I am your VP Finance on A Society right now. I use he, him pronouns, and I am in my 4A term of Systems Design Engineering. VP Finance maintains the financials, runs all of our physical spaces, which is mildly difficult right now, and makes sure that some of our student teams get funded by us, and not our student teams, make sure that some of the student teams get funded by us, and we're able to buy things that make the undergraduate student experience a little bit better. Amanda.
Hi, I'm Amanda. I use she, her pronouns. I'm in my 3B term of software engineering, and I'm your VP academic. So what that means is I advocate on your behalf to faculty on primarily academic and co-op issues. So I'm in contact with your academic reps a lot. I sit on a lot of committees on a whole variety of subjects. And I also oversee the student services and mental health portfolio. So all of our amazing online resume critiques or exam banks, all of our great mental health events, all of that is kind of under me. And Mide.
I had to save the best for last. Just kidding. Hey, my name is Mide. I use he, him pronouns. I'm in 2B chemical engineering, and I'm your vice president of student life for the Engineering Society. Under that means I create the NSOC calendar, and I help oversee the operation of many of the events that we have. I oversee the outreach, social events, Waterloo Engineering competition, and first year portfolios, which is very important because first year is you. So E.
Amazing. Thanks so much. And I'm going to cycle it back. So as president, my responsibility is to keep the ship running, or I'm the giant society fire extinguisher. You choose which one you want to use. I do a lot of work advocating to the faculty. Sometimes Amanda takes care of most of the academic side. I'm like, if there's any larger concerns, sometimes we tag team it, which is amazing. But I work with all of the VPs to make sure things are running smoothly, effectively, and that we can serve you to the best of our abilities. I'm also the spokesperson of the tool, and I help take care of a lot of the back end management side, making sure that we are ready to go and can keep things type and happening. But overall, our team of VPs, as well as our commissioners, are here to just help make your undergrad experience better. We are 100% accountable to you. So if there's anything that you ever see that we're not doing, tell us. If there's ever anything you want us to do, tell us. If there's anything that you think we could change to be better, all you have to do is tell us. We're super happy to talk to you at any time, whether it's about the society, school, life in general. I think my entire team will agree that we just really like to talk and really like to meet people. So come by and say hi anytime you want. I think that Kat mentioned she had an amazing welcome from our commissioners. So I might hand that over to you, Kat, so that the commissioners can say a nice hello.
Sure thing. In that case, right now we're going to go and see the commissioners introduce themselves and talk about their portfolios. In the meantime, though, in our live comments of the YouTube stream, if you have any questions for exec, throw them in there, because right after we do our commissioner introductions, we're going to open up the floor to the exec team and talk a little bit more about getting involved in first year, about the things that they can help you with, all of the amazing work they do that you'll interact with, but maybe you don't know that they do. All that cool stuff. So, without further ado, we're going to turn it on to the commissioners now. My pronouns are she, her, and I'm a 2B Mechatronics Engineering student. I work closely with a group of student directors to create this very conference. My job is to assist and oversee FYEC, but none of this conference would have been possible without some really cool people. These include the FYEC session directors, who worked hard to fill up these 3 days with guest speakers, students, and fun activities, as well as FYEC logistics directors, who have worked hard making sure we can stream this all to you. Last, but definitely not least, FYEC marketing directors, who made all of the graphics and packages you interacted with to get here. On behalf of our 7-person team, we want to thank you for attending FYEC. We hope you'll take something away from it, whether it be a new skill, more exposure to cool Waterloo initiatives, or plain old friendship. We're all very passionate to welcome you to our Waterloo community. Signing off, Kat.
Hello, first years. My name is Jose Montoya Cabrera. I am in 2A Management Engineering, and I am one of the 2 first-year commissioners for NSOC. That means that I am working with Kat to bring you amazing initiatives, like particularly our mentorship program, in which you could be paired up with an upper year mentor so that they would share their experiences with you, and they will help you navigate through university. Moreover, we're going to be posting a number of videos to the NSOC YouTube channel so that you can see how different mentors feel about different topics, like co-op or balancing your social life with school. Moreover, we are going to be hosting live Q&A sessions on Discord so that you can ask your questions and get an answer right away from our team of mentors. So, I hope that you sign up for a mentorship program, and hopefully I will see you there.
Hello, we are your social and events comm for this term. My name is Claire, and I use she, her pronouns. And my name is Derek, and I use he, him pronouns. We are in charge of making sure all of our amazing NSOC events run smoothly throughout the term for your enjoyment. We have a team of incredible directors working with us to make sure all of you have great events to attend during the term. We are so excited for events like Scavenge Road Trip, Genius Bowl, Eng Play, and many more. If you have any questions about events, you can email us at events.a@engsoc.uwaterloo.ca. And finally, did you know that in 2016, a Floridian man threw a 3.5-foot alligator through a drive-through window and was charged with assault with a deadly weapon?
BAM!
Hi everyone, my name is Andrea. I'm in 2B Mechatronics and I'm your Outreach Commissioner for this term. As Outreach Commissioner, I'm in charge of any events that sort of do various outreach initiatives or get involved within the community trying to make a positive impact. We do events that are local, so within Waterloo Engineering, such as Pi Day, which we ran last winter. We also do events in the community, such as educational outreach, where we go and volunteer at the local museum and teach students about STEM and engineering. We also do charity work. We do blood runs, which is our blood donation event that happens every term. So there's really lots of ways to get involved. This term, we're running a virtual community service challenge where you can choose to do 3 things off the list and then you can get a free patch. So stay tuned for NSOC's Instagram and Facebook for more details on that. But stay tuned as well. There's a lot of ways to get involved this term, even though we're socially distancing.
Hi everyone, I'm Ahmed Kamal. My pronouns are he, him, and I'm in 2B Tron. I'm going to be the NSOC Mental Health Commissioner for the fall. My directors and I are working on some awesome initiatives to improve mental health in Waterloo. We're going to collaborate with a lot of different resources like mates, counseling services, and wellness. Our main goal is to show that there's no stigma around mental health in Waterloo, which is why we're bringing mental health to the forefront of our society and our social media. We're all fierce advocates of mental health. It's very important to take time to focus on our wellness, which is why we also created some guides for you to show you how to access the resources available. And we're hosting some great events like Fuck Up Talks and Poppies and Poets to help improve your time here in Waterloo. Be sure to check out all the initiatives that our awesome directors and I have been planning for you. We hope you have a great time in Waterloo, and remember, it's always good to reach out. Bye everyone!
Hi there first years. First off, welcome to Waterloo Engineering. You guys are going to have the best time. My name is Zoe and I just started my 2A term of biomedical engineering. And did you know I'm also the advertising commissioner of the Waterloo Engineering Society, which is super exciting and super fun. As the advertising commissioner, I'm in charge of our photography, social media, and graphic design teams, which help showcase our advocacy work, the super fun events that we're running, and just allow you to see all the cool things that engineering students are doing on a daily basis. So be sure to check us out on social media. Follow us on Facebook, Twitter, TikTok, Instagram, all of the things at UW-EngSoc, literally everywhere. So be sure to check us out. In these difficult times, social media is something that is able to connect us all together. So follow us. Just do it. Do it now. Do you see? I'm waiting. Do it now. Follow us. But yeah, I hope you guys have a super amazing first year. And if you ever have any questions, be sure to DM us at UW-EngSoc. Again, literally everywhere. So be sure to check us out. Have the best first year. And if you ever have any questions, feel free to reach out to me or any of the commissioners. I'm sure they'll all be happy to answer all of your questions. Bye!
Hi first years, I am bad at videos. You have no idea how many videos I have taken before this. Well, first of all, I hope you had a great orientation week and welcome to Waterloo. My name is Lania and I'm in Mechatronics Engineering class of 2023. I'm your Student Services Commissioner for this fall and I oversee all the Services Director for Engineering Society. We have a lot of events for you guys like cover letter critiques, cover letter workshop, course critique, exam bank, professional photo shoot, resume critique and rescue, speaker series, and a couple workshops ready. Even though that this term is online, don't worry because we make sure that we have these services still running. Just make sure you check out EngSoc Instagram and Facebook for all the events. If you want to talk to me about anything or contact me, you can find me on Instagram and Facebook in Lania Turisno, or you can email me at lpterisn@uwaterloo.ca. Bye!
Hi there, my name is Edward, and I'm the Waterloo Engineering Competition Commissioner for Fall 2020. The Waterloo Engineering Competition, otherwise known as WEC, is a day-long competition where teams of engineering students compete in one of 4 different competitions: consulting engineering, programming, junior design, or senior design. Each competition is similar. Teams must create the best engineering solution that they can to a presented problem and then present it to a panel of judges. Teams will be judged on their creativity, engineering skill, and how well they met the requirements of the design challenge. The winners of each competition receive prizes and get to go on to represent Waterloo at the regional competition, the Ontario Engineering Competition. The competition is open to all engineering students, including first years, and junior design in particular is set aside specifically for first and second year engineering students. I look forward to seeing you at the competition, so be sure to keep an eye out for the sign-up links which will be coming in the coming weeks. I hope everyone has a great start to the term, and I look forward to seeing some of you at the competition.
Hello, my name is Claudia, my pronouns are she, her, and I'm in 4A Chemical Engineering. In my free time, I love acting in eng play, rock climbing, and generally being outdoors.
And my name is Claudia. My pronouns are she, her, and I'm in 2A Management Engineering. I'm really involved in athletics, ISC, and at St. Jerome's, and a fun fact about me, I love spreadsheets.
I'm the Chief Returning Officer, also known as the CRO.
And I'm the Deputy Returning Officer, also known as the DRO.
So what do? Our job is to run the EngSoc executive elections, which happen every 16 months on both societies to elect the new president and vice presidents. This includes creating the election schedule, meeting with potential candidates, setting campaigning rules, and ensuring that all of the rules are followed while the elections are being run.
So how do you become the CRO or the DRO? The CRO role is a nominated and elected role. The voting happens during the Engineering Society Council. You need to be nominated, and council votes on who they want to take the position. The DRO is appointed by the CRO to assist with planning and running of the election.
Hello, my name is Clark and I'll be your speaker for this term. I'm currently in 4A Chem, and this is the first time I've been speaker, as it is for almost everyone who's been speaker. Well, what speaker does is, as an officer, you run council meetings. That means making the agenda, reading motions, making sure council runs smoothly, running votes, and ruling on all things that come, whether they mean policy or any disputes. And as well, you get to be the tie-breaking vote if any votes on council are tied. I have no directors, and I just report to Delaney, and it's a fun time, and I hope to see you guys all soon at council, starting next Wednesday.
Hello, everyone, and that concludes our commissioner and officer team intro. At the moment, we are going to go back and take any kind of live questions you may have for the team over here. So feel free to throw any comments or questions in the live chat. Otherwise, we'll just let the exec team take it away.
Sweet. Thanks so much, Kat. So as we're monitoring that live chat comment section, I think something that a lot of people ask is, why did you get involved in NSOC? Out of all of the things you could have gotten involved in at Waterloo, why NSOC? So maybe as an exec team, we can sort of go around and talk about our opinion on that to start.
Delaney, are you going to start?
Oh, yeah, I can start. Thanks. I think that the reason I got involved in NSOC was because I saw a community that just wanted to make things better for the people around them and was willing to welcome people with open arms to make that happen. So I just really, really liked the atmosphere around it. And it was just like such a positive group of people to spend my time with while also doing things I enjoyed. So it was a double win. I'm going to pass it over to Andrew.
I got involved in NSOC because straight up, I wanted to hang out with the people in the engineering student lounge poets, and so I just sat there a bunch, and then I made a lot of friends. And then I learned what NSOC did, and I was like, oh, that's really cool. And then I started, I took a directorship on, and was like, oh, I really like this. There's like it was a good way to meet different people outside of like just my class, and as someone who changed classes twice. I was like a really nice way to meet people in other programs and like have consistent friends that were interested in, like Delaney said, just like giving back and trying to improve things for the people that came after them. Amanda.
Yeah, I strongly support the community aspect. I think I wanted to find a really cool extra group of people in different departments. I'm from software, so we kind of isolate ourselves. We all have exactly the same classes. We don't ever see other engineering programs. Most of the time we're in math buildings. So NSOC was a really great way for me to get to meet all of the other engineers in the world. And then the other thing is I found it as a place where I could really make an impact. So I started as advertising commissioner, and I found that to be really valuable, like helping put out our events to the rest of the world. And now getting to advocate on behalf of any issues or concerns you guys have has been really beneficial. And I'll pass it on to Mide this time.
Yeah, kind of just echoing the sentiment of a lot of my fellow exec, just seeing a community that you realize you could like have an impact on, especially for me in my 1B term, I had 4 directorship positions. One of them was athletics, so I hosted viewing parties for the NBA finals, and like just to be in poets while the Raptors won Game 6 and having everyone celebrate was like a pretty crazy experience. I also hosted like a trip to go watch Spider-Man Far From Home, and a bunch of it was like we had the entire theater to ourselves. So just like being able to see people enjoy their lives as students besides just doing school was something that I really enjoyed doing. So that's why I eventually, well, I guess kind of beforehand, but that's why I wanted to become VP Student Life, and here I am. Gloff, it's up to you.
I wouldn't say I chose to be involved in the engineering society at this point. I showed up in first year and saw Engiqueers running, and that was the first time that I saw like a group of queer people, because I am from a small town and it's usually just me. So I got really excited about the idea of having a community of people who are a bit like me. So through Engiqueers, I got more and more involved and more and more involved. And I kind of just ended up being absorbed into the engineering society and taking on larger and larger and larger roles throughout it. Partially by accident, partially on purpose. Things just happen.
What a mood.
So I started out in like 1B, I was the Engiqueers director, and then by the time I was done being the Engiqueers director, it was an affiliate and no longer a director. So I was in charge of that for a long time. And then
I saw that the VP Finance role was available, and I wanted to be more involved. I wanted to be more involved behind the scenes, like making sure that everything ran and had the resources it needed. And I knew most of the resources available, so I went for VP Finance so that I would have a bit of an idea of what's happening on every facet of the society, and I could help out with all of them when available.
Honestly, MVPs for all of you running at the same time as me, and us all becoming a team.
Can I just say, I forgot to add one thing, just like as per usual. One of the big reasons as well was I saw people with coveralls, and I was like, I want dope coveralls, and now I have coveralls. Was definitely a factor.
Nice. Ooh, I'm seeing a question in the chat about the upcoming election. What's that? Okay, so as exec, we've been here for now an entire year, and we're in the last 4 months of our 16-month term as your NSOC executives, and every 16 months, we need to elect our replacements. So for that, you'll start to see advertising probably on Monday. Actually, you might have seen it already, but nominations open on Monday for the new NSOC exec. You can't run in first year, unfortunately, but like keep your eye on the election to see what's hype and happening there, and you get to decide the direction of the society. So whoever you vote in will definitely like reshape, reform, and try to continue making the society even better, which is really exciting. There is going to be, for running in the election, you have to be in at least your 1B term to run for VP Com, VP Student Life, and VP Finance. Woo! And you have to be in at least your 2A term when running for President or VP Academic. So even if you can't do it this year, keep your eye out, because there might be a position that you end up taking on in your future years. I don't know if anyone has anything to add about what it's like running in the election.
Running in elections is probably my least favorite part of the entire experience. I enjoy being VPCom a lot. Running an election was draining.
I did not enjoy arriving in every classroom and having to like tell people what I wanted to do. Public speaking is not my forte.
But it's
It
worth
was pretty
doing.
chill.
It was
I
a
was
great
with it.
opportunity for me to get photos of my dog to use as campaign posters.
Facts.
I seen. Wait, do NSOC reps for first years get coveralls? Ooh,
Anyone can get coveralls.
yes. Do you want to expand on that a bit more? Between Andrew and Golf.
Can I do it? Can I do it because I'm running the sales?
Yeah.
All right. So coveralls are kind of an engineering tradition. I'm assuming you know that part by now. We run coverall sales once per term, and anyone that wants can purchase coveralls. Like we've had science students and math students buy coveralls. It's a little weird because they do say engineering down the leg, but we'll let you. That will be running, I think, late October, assuming we get enough data for coverall sizing. We're trying to put together a guide for how to size your coveralls so that nobody has to come in and try coveralls on right now. And none of our directors have to come in and like measure everybody because that's wildly inconvenient and mildly unsafe. So we don't give people coveralls, but you can come in and buy coveralls and anyone can do that. You get 2 lines of embroidery. Who's got their coveralls and wants to show their embroidery? Andrew?
I traded away my embroidery.
What?
Delaney, no. So you get 2 lines of embroidery and a free patch. Andrew's showing his embroidery right now. Oh yeah, most people get their name and their program/year if they so desire. But we also don't tell you what you have to get on your arm. I have a friend who's got Abdullah dollar bills on it because he was the VP Finance for a while. Yeah.
Wait, quick question, Delaney. You said that you traded away your embroidered part? What does that mean?
Yeah. So a big tradition between engineering schools all across Ontario, and there are some all across the country, are trading away our coveralls, and some people will trade coverall parts. So I'm gonna pull mine down.
I have a collar from Nick Master because their coveralls are red.
But I have a blue arm now, and then I traded away for a navy arm. So this one's from Carlton. I have a different color collar. So I had traded arms with a friend and customized my coveralls, but it means I lost my embroidery. but 100% worth it. 100% worth it.
I see the person who has your coverall arm at conferences all the time, and it's still like, oh, right. But like,
Wait, so
I
we have
made
a
this.
fake Delaney running around. Yes, there's a fake Delaney running around. So if you see my doppelganger, they're probably less pixelated than I currently am.
But a lot of people get really crafty, especially with like the engineering, like people like color it in or like sew things onto it, like Delaney's coveralls. Or like I made this arm out of O week coveralls. Normally we have coveralls from orientation week. And so I dyed it more and made a rainbow arm.
I have a braid made out of my hockey skate laces going down one of the legs of my coveralls.
So groovy. Ooh, I'm seeing a question. Where do we follow the elections? You can follow the elections on all of the social media channels that Zoe mentioned.
You know, the IG, the Facebook, the Discord, the TikTok.
Yep.
Are we using TikTok to advertise
TikTok?
elections?
I mean, why not? God,
Yeah.
TikToking.
We have more questions about coveralls. Do the arms just unclip or do we have to sew?
Oh,
You-
hot.
Oh,
You have
everything, always.
You have to sew. If you don't know how to sew and you get coveralls, though, we do offer a variety. We offer events and stuff like that, like Bitch and Stitch, where you can come out and there is no shame in not knowing how to sew. You can go from not knowing anything to making an entire arm. And I have a patch that I need to sew on that's like commemorates having 100 patches on because I think I have well over 100 by now.
It's also really interesting to ask a bunch of different people how they sew on their patches because everyone does it a little bit differently.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Shout
I
out
only,
to- Oh, sorry. You can go first, Andrew.
I was gonna say I only learned like a much better way to sew than I had been previously, 2 months ago, and I was like, wow, I've been spending 10 minutes threading a needle every time I wanted to sew. I didn't need to do that. Wow.
So some people came to university to learn engineering. I think one of the skills I've also learned along the way, one of those soft skills, learning how to sew. So,
I think
call
that's
that
still a
a win.
technical skill, Delaney, but yeah.
Technical skill. I'll put it on my resume.
Honestly, I use my sewing skills to make a kilt, so
That's
worth.
fabulous.
I use my sewing skills to make bigger pockets for my overalls.
I make bigger pockets for my trousers too.
Can't go wrong with bigger pockets.
I told you, if engineering doesn't work out, I'm gonna make a business where we make pockets bigger.
I see one more question up in the chat. What is, oh, where did it go? I just lost it. What is your favorite part about being exec? And this time someone else can go first.
Can I say it?
Andrew.
Can I go? My like absolute favorite part about being an exec is going to, we have a first year integration conference, which is like all the Ontario engineering schools. So there's like 17 schools and we bring like a group of first years together, and if people don't have coveralls, you can like borrow someone else's, and it's an amazing time. I love orientation week, but that's not part of being exec. But bringing like meeting new people and like showing them our community and like helping them find our people or like find something that they feel at home with. It's like my absolute favorite part. Also, you'll see applications for this conference coming up soon. You should apply.
Plug.
Mire.
I'd say my favorite part of being exec is watching people just like find their niche, like take pride in like something they're doing. Like when people become directors and they run an event, watching them go from I have no idea how this works to running a very well thought out and competent event. Like watching that progress is like really cool to watch. Lars.
Oh, okay. I like making sure that people have the information that they need in order to like do the things that they're interested in. So I'm always spouting facts about NSOC history, making sure that people know like the history of their event and also understanding like where money is coming from and making sure that people know what's going on and why it's happening. Amanda.
I really like running meetings with my academic reps because a lot of the time someone will be like, my prof is doing this, what do I do? And all of these other academic reps are like, I did the same thing with my prof. Like, this is what I did. This is how we can fix it. And everyone kind of works together to give each other the best academic school experience. And it's really fun just watching people all help each other and like build up to the best possible strategies. So if you're an academic rep, please come.
Amazing. And I think that leaves me, I think my favorite part is watching other people have a good time. If I can do anything to help make your experience better, I just really like to see people smiling. And I know that I've done well when others are happy. So I think that's a win, whether it's seeing my exec team succeed, whether it's seeing the comm team succeed, whether it's seeing all of these like directors and people coming to their events and like doing something to make our engineering experience better. Yeah, it's amazing. Warms my heart.
Okay, team, and just because we've hit now the time limit of this session, it's awesome to see you guys are chatting in our live stream chat over there. Feel free to reach out to exec. They're on the FYEC server, they're on the NSOC Discord server. They are approachable, amazing humans. So thank you from this team for taking the time to talk about it. If you have more coverall questions, hit up Gloff. He's very knowledgeable in all those things. If you want to learn more about directorships, well, stay tuned because in 5 minutes we're going to go over that, of how you can get involved. And if you want to hear more about conferences, Andrew's presenting later today and talking to you about how you can get involved there. So, see you later, team. Bye, everyone. Thank you so much for attending.
Are we out?
And welcome back, everyone, to another session run by NSOC. Quick promo and plug over here. NSOC is like the group that makes this conference possible, so heckin' cool stuff. Right now, we're going to be talking to Gloff and Mide again, who are going to go over directorships and getting involved. Take it away, guys.
So in case you weren't at the NSOC meeting, we're going to give our NSOC meeting, the NSOC session. So we're going to introduce ourselves a little bit. My name is Lars or Gloff. I'll respond to either, really. I use he, him pronouns, and I'm the current VP Finance of the Engineering Society. So I'm the one who figures out what's going to happen with that $17 that you probably gave us at the beginning of this term. I'll talk to you a bit more about that later. Right now, Mide.
Yeah, what's up? I'm Mide. I'm in 2B Chemical Engineering. I use he, him pronouns, and I'm the Vice President Student Life for the Engineering Society. So my only constitutional responsibility is to create the termly events calendar. But outside of that, I assist in the planning and execution of most of the events that the society runs. And under my portfolio is social events, outreach, the Waterloo Engineering Competition, and first year, which you should be aware of because y'all are under me. I got y'all.
So a quick explanation of what directors are. It's essentially someone who takes on a specific aspect of the society and runs that. They can be as big or as small as you want them to be. You can take on as much responsibility as you want. We have things that are like really big, like running this conference. We have things that are not nearly as large, like making sure that movies are turned on in the undergraduate lounge when the undergraduate lounge is open. We have things like working in the swag shop, running resume critiques, behind the scenes, working on student deals. And you'll generally work directly with a commissioner or with an executive to run a part of the society that you're interested in and want to see do even better. So Mide, can you tell us a bit about how you can get involved as a director?
Yeah, so the director selection process, it starts at the end of an academic term and also in the start of a co-op term. So we'll send out a director application form, usually a bit before exams. And on that form, there's also a link to the director description. So you can like scroll through, see what interests you. There's also a commitment rating that's going to be updated, just so you know not exactly what you're getting into, but like you have a rough idea of how much time it'll take per week or per month or over the course of the term. And then you fill out the director application form. Then they get, after applications close, all the exec look through and we pick who we want. We try to give people their first options or their top options, but sometimes just because of who's needed or various things, some people might not get their first options or whatnot. So pretty much we make the decisions and then we send it to our comms to approve, give their comments and stuff like that. And then we send out offer letters. So first round of offer letters will go out like first couple weeks of the co-op term, and then after second round of director selection happens, that should be usually before the first month of co-op ends. So yeah, that's how the director selection process goes.
Yeah, in many cases with directorships, there'll be multiple people working on the same thing. So if you're a first year, I highly suggest getting involved in a relatively large event because you'll have a very good support team behind you and a bunch of people who really want you to do a really good job and they'll help you out with that. All of our directors are always very welcoming and very supportive. So if you come in and they realize you're a first year and you're like, I don't know how to do any of these things. I was a director in 1B. I know how that feels. Having people behind you to help take care of what's going on and making sure that things work out is amazing. And it's also an incredible way to make friends because if you work on something that's really important to you with people that it's also really important to, very, very good way to initiate some bonding. If you're scrolling through our directors list sometime and you realize that there's not something on there that you want to run, we always have this create your own event. So you can just show up and be like, hey, guess what? I want to run a basketball tournament and we'll let you run a basketball tournament. As long as there's someone interested in doing something, we'll pretty much let you do whatever the heck you want. Because our main goal is to improve the undergraduate experience. And if running an event helps one person, that's worth it to all of us at this point. What kind of events and workshops do we run, Mide?
Oh, let me tell you all about that. Yeah, we have a lot. Obviously this term things are going to look different just because of the online nature of it. But this conference, this is one of the events that we're running. Usually happens in person. It's usually one day, but now we have it over 3 days online. We have coffee houses where people, it's kind of like a talent show. People just come and perform whatever talent they have. I think this term it's just gonna be online submissions. So they'll be gathered over the course of a week or so. What else we have? Genius Bowl, which is a trivia night hosted by our speaker Clark. Guy knows so much trivia. It's gonna happen 3 times a term, like once every month. So look out for that. We have a Glock. That's all you.
Oh man, so Bus Push is my favorite event. It's an event with a lot of history and a lot of just. Am I allowed to swear?
Keep it PG.
It's got weird stuff happening. So, Bus Push is actually a bus pull. We take a full-size school bus and we pull it from downtown Waterloo to downtown Kitchener, which I don't actually remember the distance, but it's not short, and there's a couple of hills along the way. I sent some pictures in the the outreach and volunteering chat earlier. But if you want to know more, always hit me up in Discord. I will try to respond. I don't know how the hell to use Discord. Or the NSOC chat. Bus Push is my favorite event because you get a group of, I think we're usually averaging about 15 people, which is mildly disappointing. So if there's ever a bus push, show up, please. Pulling a bus with 12 people is really hard. You get together, you raise a bunch of donations for the Heart and Stroke Foundation, and then you pull a bus. I have no idea why they decided this was the best way to raise money for the Heart and Stroke Foundation, but it works, so we'll continue doing it. This event has been run for 40 or so years, and it used to be so large that the Heart and Stroke Foundation kind of like kept track of, they had to include it in their budget because it was such a big donation every term. And there's really great pictures from a long, long time ago. If you go into the, unfortunately this is only on Facebook, but the NSOC History Facebook page, I've posted a bunch of pictures there a couple of years ago now, actually. And I know Delaney adores Bus Push, our president, and I adore Bus Push. And it's actually one of the most consistent events that like a whole bunch of execs show up to, or a whole bunch of people who end up being exec later, just because there's no reason besides the fact that it's an amazing event that's so unique. And a bunch of other schools also do something along the lines. So I think it's Ryerson has their bug push. So they take like a VW bug and they push it around and raise money for the, I want to say Heart and Stroke Foundation, but don't quote me on that. McMaster pulls a double length city bus around their city. And it's just like, it's a good way to understand where engineering culture came from and where it should be going, because it's good, clean, fun that helps society because it's raising such a large donation for the Heart and Stroke Foundation, which is one of the best organizations that we've got out here. And I could keep talking, so someone else should really ask another question. So what does your $17 NSOC fee go to? I told you I'd talk about that, and then I forgot to talk about that. So you get to hear me a little bit more. You possibly sent about $17 to the Engineering Society. Think about how many undergraduate students there are in engineering right now. Now, take an approximate guess at how much money we get to play with, for lack of a better word, each term. It's a lot of money, and I'm in charge of deciding what we do with that money. Some things that we fund include directorships. So FYEC right now, this is something that your money went to, making sure that runs smoothly because we got these amazing directors. Not that they're paid, they're volunteers. People are volunteering to do this. But any materials that are used for directorships will pay for that. Student teams, we have a set percentage of student fees that goes towards sponsoring student teams each year. So you will hear about student teams. I think it's going on concurrently with this session. You'll have a session on student teams, so we do some sponsorship for them. We've got this fund called ECIF, which is the Engineering Capital Improvement Fund. So if you have a physical object, or honestly, probably a membership to an online thing right now, we should really update some of that policy, that you think is going to benefit the undergraduate experience, you can ask to buy that once a term. The board of directors, who's just people who are in charge of our finances, students who are in charge of our finances, they'll decide whether or not they think that's worth funding. In most cases, it's worth funding, and we'll give you money to purchase that item. So things that have been purchased before include chairs and sofas in Poets, chairs for the MME undergrad lounge because they didn't have chairs for a while. What else have we purchased? Assorted things for Poets. I think we got the pool table at one point. Stuff like that. So then we also have to pay for our general operations. So we have an office we have, how many rooms do we have on campus? We've got the 2 C&Ds, we've got novelties, we've got Poets, and we've got the Engineering Society.
For reference, C&D stands for Coffee and Donut Shop.
Yes, Coffee and Donut Shop. We have 2, and they're some of the cheapest places to buy coffee on campus. We also have the best chocolate cookies. Chocolate chip cookies.
And Mide and Lars, we have another question popped up in the chat, which is, other than the bus, what charity events do you run?
Oh, hot dog. Do you want to talk about it today?
Yeah, I can talk about it a little bit. So it's going to look a little different this term, but usually at the first council meeting of every term, for reference, council is when your NSHOC reps come to a meeting every other Wednesday at 5:30, and we vote on various motions and things of that nature. Pretty much
like student council, but more powerful.
We're pretty cool. So in the first council meeting, we'll nominate what charity we're going to raise money for over the course of the term, and then again over the course of the term, we'll raise money in various ways. In the past, we've had charity grilled cheese, so we'll buy bread, cheese, some butter, make grilled cheese, and sell it to people, and all that money will go towards a charity of our choice. This term, things are going to look a little different with the online nature of it. I know our outreach commissioner, Andrea, who you met at a session earlier, probably spoke on a little bit more in detail, but we have a community service team that has a lot of different initiatives going on, and some of them will, some of the initiatives will be used to raise money for charities that we will select on Wednesday.
Yeah. In the winter term, I think we donated to Spectrum, and before that we've done there was a good charity for the fires in Australia. We donated to that last fall.
Mm-hmm.
Also, personal question. You mentioned council. If I'm not an NSHOC rep, can I still go to that?
Yes. You won't get a vote. Only NSHOC reps can vote on behalf of their class, but you can totally sit in. I'm pretty sure you're still allowed to speak. You just can't vote on it. But yeah, it's a great way to learn about what the Engineering Society really does. Meet people in your year in other faculties, in other disciplines of engineering. Just a great way to meet people. Usually in person, there'd be food afterwards, but we're online, so you eat at home. But it's cool.
It's also a really good way to understand what issues are currently affecting students. So in many cases, we'll vote on what kind of advocacy Amanda does. So we have this one document in our governing docs that's our document of stances. So these are things that have been voted on by the council that Amanda can use and be like, look, a lot of students are really upset about this situation. We're going to try and fix that with the faculty. So things like wait times for engineering counseling, they were really long for a while there. So then we put up a stance saying that we wanted wait times to be less than 2 weeks, which is, it's not an unreasonable ask, all things considered. So then based on that advocacy, we were able to get the faculty to hire a new counselor. And we do stuff with we don't like how the ranking system currently works because it's promoting a very competitive and culture in the engineering undergraduate experience right now. So we're working with the faculty to figure out a way to do that kind of maintains the ranking system, but does it in a healthy way, because where is the health in knowing exactly how you were ranked against the rest of your class, specifically on grades? Because guess what? All of you have significantly more important things that you can offer to society. You are not a measure of your grades. Please don't be a measure of your grades. Any other questions?
Jinx.
Yeah, drop a question if you have one. But maybe could you two talk more about how first years get involved with NSHOC?
Yeah,
If
that's the
they're not a
easiest way to do that. Yeah, easiest way to do that is just come to events. Like NSOC events are open to everyone. Um, the calendar, if you go on the NSOC website, there's a calendar tab. You can see exactly what events we have going on. We virtually have an event going on every day, which is absolutely incredible. This speaks to the dedication and hard work of our current directors to be able to pull this off. So there's definitely a lot of things you can attend. Well, let me just pull it up right now and like let you know what we have going on this upcoming week.
Also, the
So
calendar
we
just
have
got plugged in the Discord. So if you're
Oh, sweet.
yes.
up to date on our Discord channel, which is NSOC, check that out, and it should be there.
Beautiful.
I'll just pin it.
Awesome. Like on Monday, we have our weekly Queers meeting from 6 to 9. We have an intro to council session for class reps. We have an exec info night. So if you were in the last session and heard about the election, if you've been hearing about that, actually, none of you can run just because of your age. But in a
It
year,
can't hurt to know more, though.
yeah. What else? So that's Monday. Tuesday starts our resume critique submissions. So resume critiques, a bunch of upper year students will critique your resume. It's pretty self-explanatory. So there'll be a Dropbox. You'll submit your resume, and then they'll give you advice over the weekend. So that'll be from Tuesday to Friday. At 6:30 on Tuesday, we have the NSBE first year event. NSBE is the National Society of Black Engineers. We have a chapter that restarted last year, so they're having their first year event on Tuesday, and there's also the student team showcase at 7 Tuesday. Then there's council on Wednesday. There's chess club on Thursday. What else have we got? We have cover letter critiques on Thursday as well. So similar to resume critiques, except it's just a 3-hour session from 6 to 9 on Thursday for that. Scavenge road trip begins on Friday. So you're going to be going around, if you're in Waterloo, or I guess honestly wherever you are, you can just go around your local area and find a bunch of different items on a list for points and patch. We have our first speaker series is supposed to be this Friday, so we'll have different speakers coming in over the course of the term to talk about a variety of different subjects that'll interest students. So that's on Friday. Then Saturday, our mentorship program kicks off with our Q&As at 9 a.m., 4 p.m., and 9 p.m. So if you're not currently signed up for the mentorship program, please do. You will get paired with an upper year student who knows a lot more than you do, and they are happy to impart their knowledge and show you things and ask them questions anytime. And yeah, it's a really good opportunity. Please take advantage of it. The mentorship team has put in a lot of hard work, so please take advantage of all the resources and knowledge that they have.
It's created for you, first years.
Yeah. There's so many upper years out here who, I mean, in the first place, if we were having a physical term, they really, really want to help you and make sure that you have all of the resources that you need and make sure that you feel supported and part of a community. And then since we're an online term, we're even more focused on that right now because we all remember how great it was to have that community surrounding us in our first years, and not being able to be in person is harder. So we're all working significantly harder at this point because we want you to have a good experience and we want you to enjoy your time here.
For sure.
Also, we got 2 questions in the chat. We have, what is the coolest thing about getting involved with NSOC? And we also have, how do we go about creating a brand new event?
Ooh. You want to tackle the first question, Glove?
Sure. I think the coolest thing would be a very personal question. So everyone you ask this is going to have a very different answer. I think my favorite part about it has been getting to meet different people and hear about their different perspectives on the world and like how they understand the world and how they interact with it, because the Engineering Society provides you, as do many other groups. Most of my involvement started out being through EngiQueers, so that gave me a very good way to understand who I am and what I want out of the world and what's important to me. So having a space like the Engineering Society and EngiQueers, which is an affiliate right now, gives you a safe space that you know you will be supported to figure out who you are, what's important to you, how you interact with the world, and then getting new perspectives on how that works. So I've met so many incredible people through the Engineering Society, and I've really liked hearing about how everyone thinks about things differently from me, because it's a large enough group that everyone's been through something slightly different, and you can learn from, I mean, anyone in the world, but also especially in the engineering society, because I like the engineering society.
Yeah, I think Loft covered that pretty well. And the other question was, how do you go about creating a new event in the engineering society?
Yep.
Okay, so as mentioned before, there is a create your own event option on the directorship application form. So if you literally have any idea, just in the form, it'll just ask for a description of like what your event would be. We almost never, we really don't have a reason to say no if you want to create an event. We will see how feasible it is. We will work with you. We will plan with you. We give you the resources to make it happen. Actually, Kat's a perfect example of this. In her 1B term, she came up to me and asked, "Hi, I want to run a temporary tattoo night." And I was like, I have no idea what that is or how that would work, but we made it happen. She can definitely speak to it in much greater detail than I am, but it was a massive, absolute massive success. Like the advertising for that, it was reaching people all the way to Guelph. Like we had grown adults trying to come in, get temporary tattoos. Like this is for Waterloo undergraduate engineering students only. Cool. But it honestly, please hype up your event, please, because that was actually, it's one of the best examples of a create your own event I've ever seen.
If you come up with like a good enough plan and you arrive just like halfway through the term and you talk to the executive about something that you want to do, and like you have a significant enough plan and we have spare money, we can start running your event halfway through the term. It's a student society. We can do whatever the heck we want. As long as it is safe and legal.
Also, we have another question in the chat, which is, hey, what's Poets? I don't know if that was talked about earlier.
Oh, right. So Poets is the engineering undergraduate student lounge. It's a room in CPH that, honestly, you've probably heard thrown around a fair amount. So it's the undergraduate lounge. Poets stands for Piss on Everything Tomorrow's Saturday. It used to be a bar. It's no longer a bar.
So that's not the, like, online version of what it stands for?
Put off everything tomorrow, Saturday.
That's our online version of what it stands for.
I'm sorry, I was not briefed.
It's okay. You're hearing it here first, folks. This is the conversation you would have.
Poets is our poetry club. It's PG and friendly all the time. So Poets is the undergraduate lounge. We kind of keep a lot of very weird cultural things up there. So if you come into the undergraduate lounge, there's a whack ton of couches and chairs. There's also a t-shirt from each of the winning teams from orientation week from the past 20, 25 years up on the wall. There's also one of each hard hat from O week up on the wall. There's the bus push shirts, the pub crawl shirts, pictures of like old things that happened, assorted memorabilia from assorted places in Waterloo. Maybe ping me offline for some other information. We're also running movies in there 24/7 while it's open. So it's a really good place to just kind of like show up and hang out and blow off some steam. We've got a foosball table, we've got a ping pong table, we've got a pool table if you're interested in any of those things. We used to have a dartboard. We don't have a dartboard anymore. We have a patio, we've got a bunch of chairs, we've got, I think, Canada's only drive-through bar that is no longer a bar. We have a drive-through window that, like, if you're brave enough, you can crawl through. I don't suggest it, because I just fit and I'm tiny. Am I blowing this presentation already?
You're doing fantastic.
I love Poets. I was a Poets manager, which is one of the directorships for 2 terms, and now I'm in charge of Poets. Poets managers are one of the coolest directorships, depending how you look on it, because pomegranate is an anagram, so we call them pomegranates. So if you rearrange the letters in Poets manager, it's pomegranate. So those are our Poets managers. Random trivia fact that I'm trying to keep alive and it's not working.
If you guys want to talk with any pomegranates, we also have like poets in our NSOC Discord, and that's how a lot of us got started in terms of involvement. So hop on over there, and there will be upper ears just chilling voice
Yeah,
calling.
I think Andrew mentioned at one point that in the executive session that the way that he got involved in NSOC was he wanted to sit with the cool kids in poets. So he just kind of kept sitting in poets, and that's actually a really good way to do it, because you've always got upper years just kind of being cranky about assorted projects and things, because it's a good place to just go and complain. And you've always got people doing a little bit of work, and people just kind of chilling out, and it's a good way to know what's going on with the engineering society because people are just chatting about that. And it's a good way to meet new people because everyone's really interested in meeting more people, especially now that we're online and no one's getting any social interaction. Everyone wants to talk.
Can we just talk?
I mean, I specifically didn't get to do orientation week because I was driving across the country. So now I'm just taking every opportunity that I have to talk to first years because I missed it.
We have a question, which is, when will Poets open again? If you want to take that on.
I wish I could give you an answer for that. It's very low on the priority list of places that the university will open because it is like it's just a lounge. So with the whole COVID pandemic, we don't really want people loitering in specific places all the time. And also Poets is impossible to clean fully. So like you don't want to be in Poets in a pandemic in the first place. But I think it'll be one of the last things to open when the Engineering Society opens again. I suggest if you want your engineering memorabilia fix to check out Novelties. It's the swag shop. We're working on getting it opened online. That'll happen as soon as I have access to any of the merchandise because I literally cannot get into campus to send you the things that you want to buy.
What can you buy there?
Woohoo! You can buy so many things. So a lot of people get their patches from there for coveralls, which I also said I would talk about a bit more. You can get sweaters, t-shirts, glassware, hats. Most recently we ordered bucket hats, which Mide is showing off. They're really, really fun. And I really, really want to be able to sell those this term, but they're locked in a room on campus and I can't get on campus. So we're hoping to open Novelties so that you can buy things. It's got a Facebook page and it also has an Instagram page, and then it'll have an online website or an online store as soon as I know that I can open Novelties. And that'll get advertised like heck. So I can't tell you an exact day, but if you follow any of our social media, you will know as soon as it is open.
Considering that we're at the end of the session, would you two recommend like anything in the near future as to how to get or like what to do with NSOC or anything exciting that's coming up soon? Amongst the many exciting things that are coming up soon.
Oh man. I think we put the link to our Discord, so I would highly suggest joining that. It's supposed to be like a nice social place to hang out. Mide, you talked about some of the events earlier, right?
Yeah, I guess, especially for your stream fours, the resume critiques and cover letter critiques stuff going on next week is going to be really crucial for y'all as Waterloo Works is opening on Monday, only slightly terrifying. So yeah, that's definitely big for you, just being in your second university and now you're applying for jobs. Also, we have Eng Play auditions coming up, not this next week, but the week after that. Eng Play is the engineering play, which is usually in person, but our directors have a way to do it online. It is going to be great. So if that's something you're interested in, Monday and Tuesday, the 21st and 22nd respectively, we have auditions for that. Literally, just check out the calendar. It has everything there. If you have any questions, feel free to email me or message me on Discord. Pretty easy to find. I'm always willing to talk. I can point you in the direction of the directors if you require more information on any of the events. But honestly, we have so much going on. You will find something that you like or you'll find useful. So please, come on out. We're doing this for y'all.
I think there's like a sock monkey mug cozies coming up. You should look at that. That's wild.
The 29th? Or
I think it's like bring your own socks.
Yeah, on the 22nd, sock monkey mug cozies. It's a thing.
So now that we are at 12:05, we are going to be moving towards our next session. But real quick, can we get like a goodbye and a thank you in the chat for like these two amazing human beings who just dished so much information your way? And with that, we'll be signing off over here. We have a question. Sorry, what? You should all go. Yes, we will be going now. So, for everyone currently on the live stream, you can expect to see our design team session coming up next. And tune back in. We could see when that starts up. That'll be at 12:20. So 12:20, hop back on this live stream, learn about how you can get involved in a different way or in a combination of ways with fantastic design teams. Thank you everyone for tuning into this live session. Hope to see you on our Discord. Bye.
See ya. Enjoy the rest of the conference.
Hello and welcome everyone who's tuning in right now for our design team session. Right now we're going to kick it off and you will get to hear about a lot of different design teams that came out to present today. So first off, just to introduce, we're going to have Josh as one of our directors who will be moderating the event, and he will take us through over here. Please do ask questions in the live stream, and I will be reading them out loud to all of our session presenters. And with that, let's get started.
Well, hello everyone, and thank you for attending the design team session. Our first speaker of the day is UWaft.
Hello, everyone. So, Asad, would you like to start us off?
I would, if you can present it. Awesome. Good morning, guys. We are UWaft, University of Waterloo Alternative Fuels team. My name is Asad. I'm the project manager speaking, and with me is Paul Bachter, who is the engineering manager for the team. We are a team that participates in a 4-year-long competition called the EcoCar Mobility Challenge. In this competition, we primarily focus on taking a stock donated vehicle from General Motors and we convert it to a hybrid electric vehicle. The reason why we do it is to improve the fuel economy of the vehicle, as well as we develop other autonomous capabilities into the car that are SAE level 2. So that means lateral and longitudinal control. We give students hands-on experience on being able to utilize tools that are used in the industry to be able to implement these systems into the car. And we have a lot of support from sponsors such as Argonne National Lab, Intel, MathWorks, General Motors, D-Space, Bosch, and the list goes on. On top of that, we're also developing, to be cutting edge, we're also developing vehicle infrastructure systems that include developing systems that are car sharing in nature. So developing the HMI system for the car, developing mobile applications. As you can see, the team itself is over 250 people big, and we have 50 core members dedicated to the team that you will be able to talk to by joining our Slack channel. Next slide. So the team itself has been around for about 25 years. As you might know, a lot of you weren't even born when the team was formed. So since that time, we have developed 7 vehicles. The 7th vehicle is not shown on this picture, as that was developed back in '96, and we have a scarcity of those pictures as those databases got lost. But the 6th of the vehicles that we have developed so far is a truck that was developed for propane control back in '98. Then a fuel cell vehicle, which is the Saturn Vue. This was the first fuel cell fully electric vehicle developed in Canada. Then we had a Chevy Equinox, which was our first hybrid electric vehicle. Since then, we've developed hybrid electric vehicles, and our Chevy Camaro is actually parked in the bay. If you come down to Engineering 5, you can actually see that. Our current vehicle is in the bottom right, which is the Chevrolet Blazer. Last but not least, I'm going to hand it off to Paul. But in order to join our team, please join the uofecocar.slack.com or email us at uofecocar@gmail.com. And with that, Paul, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Really excited to be talking to all of you guys today and to teach you more about EcoCar in general. So EcoCar is actually a pretty big competition. It's been around for a while, as Asad said, and it has a lot of sponsors from companies as big as GM providing a full vehicle, MATLAB and Simulink providing software, NX, Siemens. There's a lot of people who are interested in this program because they use us as a tool to train you guys to hire from this mobility challenge, as well as improve the future for a lot of these companies as well. So I'll start off with showing a quick video to show you how big this competition actually is.
It really brings together the multifunctional aspect of a team environment and the automotive industry at large.
If you look at what we do every day in General Motors, you're doing it. You're taking advanced technology, applying it to a car through a vehicle development process for customers. And that's incredibly exciting. We hire from this program, I'm happy to say, and we use it.
If you've done EcoCar, your resumes are going to the top.
It's wonderful. Yeah, so I won't be able to show the whole video just because of time constraints. But if you guys noticed, that was actually the chief engineer of General Motors. And there's a lot of big sponsors that are part of this competition that have really big interest in it. because it's an amazing training platform for them to hire from. Now, just keep in mind on the left and on the right, as Asa had pointed out, you should be joining our Slack channel, which is uof.slack.com, and try to join our general meetings Thursday at 6:30. Let me go to the next slide and show you guys a bit more about our sub-teams. So we actually have a few sub-teams. We like to say that if you are interested in joining the team, we'll have a position for you no matter what type of engineering you're interested in. We have a mechanical team, electrical team, a controls team, and a connected autonomous vehicle teams, and a team that works more about human-machine interface and vehicle to environment. So that's our apps, that's our infotainment system, and everything like that. So our team does do everything from ground up, whether it's mechanical design for components on NX, which we provide training for, electrical design for harnesses that we built from the ground up using VSIS, which is an industry's tool, controls, which is everything from pedal input all the way to everything that happens in between to your vehicle moving. And we have a lot of training from MATLAB and Simulink there as well. And connected autonomous vehicles providing us with autonomous cruise control, autonomous braking, everything like that. And as we talked about the apps. Now, the way to join our team and the easiest way to get more information from us is to actually join our Slack channel. So that's uof.ecocar.slack.com and attend our first general meeting. There's going to be training sessions throughout the term for each sub-team on the programs that you see here, as well as training from the people who provide the software as well. So there's a lot of opportunities to build up your resumes and learn and do some interesting projects. So make sure you guys join Slack and make it to our first meeting next Thursday at 6:30.
Well, Paul, I hate to cut you off here, but
I was actually
it's
done.
now. Oh, that works out perfectly then. Our next guests are from the rocketry team.
Hey guys, I'm just gonna share my screen. All right, can you guys see this?
Well, Shirley, it looks like you are now live.
All right. Francis, would you like to start us off?
Hello, everyone. We are representatives from the University of Waterloo Rocketry Student Design Team. My name is Francis. I just came out of 1B Mechanical Engineering, and the role I have on the team is I work on the payload bay, so the part of the airframe where our rocket's payload sits.
Hey guys, my name is Shirley. I just finished 3A Mechanical Engineering, and I am one of the team leads, as well as airframe sub-team lead.
Hi guys, I'm Zach. I'm in 2B Mechatronics, and I'm another one of the team leads, as well as our electrical sub-team lead.
Next slide. So what is Waterloo Rocketry? We are a student design team composed of approximately 50 undergraduate students in various faculties and programs, mostly engineering, but we also have some science and some math. We develop and launch high-powered rockets, and we compete annually at the Spaceport America Cup, which takes place in New Mexico in the southern United States. And a little cool thing about the team, we got first or second place 3 years in a row, 2017, 2018, and 2019. Unfortunately, competition this year in 2020 got canceled due to COVID-19. Next slide. So this is the rocket we're currently working on. It's called Kraken of the Sky, or COTS for short. You can see some of the specifications there on the left-hand side. We're targeting an altitude of 30,000 feet. Rocket's going to be about 18 feet long. Something interesting is the entire rocket is designed to be reusable, and it is entirely researched and designed by the students here on the rocketry team. And hopefully this rocket will fly in the 2021 competition. Next slide.
So our rocket is comprised of a series of different subsystems. On the rocket itself, we have our airframe. This sub-team is working on developing the nose cone and the fins, all of the aerodynamic surfaces that are used to ensure the rocket has a smooth flight. Next up, we have the electrical sub-team. We design PCBs and other electrical systems that are used for gathering data about the rocket, transmitting data in flight, and letting us actually control the rocket, making sure everything is working correctly. Then we have the payload team. They design essentially a small satellite that sits up in the front of the rocket. And each year there's a new scientific experiment that is built into that. This year it's a really cool particle physics experiment. Next up is our propulsion sub-team. Our propulsion sub-team is responsible for actually designing the rocket engine that powers our rocket. And so that's a really fun sub-team where we do a lot of engine testing and literally rocket design. Next up is our recovery sub-team. Once we're at 30,000 feet, we need to get back down again. So they're responsible for designing the parachute systems we use to do that. It also takes a bit more to actually fly a rocket than just the rocket itself. So we also have teams working on our test infrastructure, as well as our launch tower and other systems. In terms of how you can get involved, pretty much all of our sub-teams have first years working on different projects. Some examples are a new software tool for testing out our operations procedures, a new electrical system for testing out the fill level in our tank, as well as the mechanical design of that payload system, or working with composites like fiberglass and carbon fiber to create those really cool airframe components.
All right, why you should join. So what you're going to be doing on the team once you join will vary depending on your interests, but here are a few constants. You'll get to make friends, build rockets, learn a ton about different disciplines in various faculties such as engineering, science, business. We'll be running CAD and electrical tutorials soon. And lastly, you'll be able to tell people that it's not rocket science and make that joke.
Thanks. That's it for us.
Okay, thank you, Shirley, Zach, and Francis. Next up, we have the Concrete Toboggan team presenting the Concrete Toboggan is up next.
Quick reminder to everyone watching right now, if you do have any questions, you can throw them in the live stream and I'll read them out to the team that is currently presenting.
We will have time for the Q&A session after all the presentations.
Okay. Hello, everyone. Hope you can hear me. I'm Sean from the Concrete team. I'm a fourth-year mechanical engineering student, and I'm going to give a brief intro to our two teams. So these are two separate teams, the Concrete Toboggan and Concrete Canoe, that share many of the same members and the same workspace. So first we have the toboggan. Here's a 3D model of last year's toboggan. It uses concrete skis, a roll cage, steering and braking systems to get 5 riders down the hill. This is built by the team for a rule set each year for a racing competition. Here's our toboggan going down the hill last year, just to give an idea of what we do. And next we have the concrete canoe, which is made from a lightweight reinforced concrete to again be raced against other schools at an annual competition. And last year's is shown here with our team that made it. And here's just a view of our team at competition. I just kind of want to show that other than gaining engineering experience on these teams, it's a real team community that I've enjoyed working with and growing. Anyway, I'll hand over to Lucas to give his experience.
Hi everyone. I hope you can hear me too. Sorry I don't have the camera on. I don't know. I messed something up. It's not working. But I just want to talk a little bit about my experience with the team. So I joined about a year ago, and I joined over co-op when most of my classmates and friends were gone, and I was still working in Waterloo. And I think the social aspect that this team has is fantastic. Like, you meet lots of upper-year engineers from your discipline and other disciplines, and it's really cool. Like, it's a very small team, so it's pretty tight knit, and you can really learn a lot from basically everybody on the team, really. And like seeing all the things that these upper year engineers can do, and just knowing that one day you'll be there too, and you can do it also. And also spending lots of time in the design bay. Like, I'm sure this goes for all the teams. So like basically everybody on these design teams, you basically live in the design bay. So you really see like all the other engineers working all the time, and it's really inspiring, honestly. It keeps everybody going. And yeah, so as a first year, you'd probably be helping out mostly with construction and just like learning how the whole team works in general, but there would definitely be opportunities to get involved with design, and like everybody always needs help. Like, for example, what I did as a first year was help construct the toboggan frame, but I also did some design. I designed the steering wheel for the toboggan, and I also helped design some molds for the concrete canoe. And another one fun fact just before we finish off, the concrete toboggan design team is the oldest engineering competition in North America. I don't know how many years it's been around. I don't have the facts in front of me, but that is a fact.
It's 45 years.
45 years. All right. Thank you, everybody.
Thanks for your time.
Well, thank you, Sean, for that lovely presentation from Concrete Toboggan. Our next presentation up is from UW Robotics team.
I'm just going to share my screen here. Cool. Can everybody see my screen? Yeah, I'm just going to go with it. Hi, my name is Elena. I'm the team lead for the UW Robotics team. And I'm here to talk to you a little bit more about what our team does. So about us, I kind of posted a little blurb in the design team channel already, but just to reiterate, we are a team of students that are committed to exploring the field of robotics, applying the knowledge we gain through school and work to design, build, and program robots, specifically Mars rovers. We love to share our passion for robotics with the world through outreach programs, hosting competitions, and giving UW students the opportunity to get involved. So what is URC? URC is our annual competition, which we compete in. It stands for the University Rover Challenge, and it's the world's premier robotics competition for college and university students worldwide. It's held annually in the desert of Utah in the United States. And the URC Challenge challenges students to compete to design and build the next generation of Mars rovers that will one day work on the red planet, alongside the astronauts in the space station. A couple more facts about our team is we are currently made up of about 40 active members. And I posted a link to the general registration for our first fall meeting, which will be happening next Monday, in the design team channel as well. Along with a link to our website, our email, and our STAR video, which is a system acceptance review video, which we make every year, which showcases our robot. And now we're going to do a little sub-team spotlight for electrical and firmware teams. We have an old electrical lead with us, Adriana, and firmware lead, Eunice.
Hi everyone, I'm assuming you all can hear me. I'm Adriana. I'm in 4A mechatronics, which makes me positively geriatric compared to all of you. I am currently helping lead the electrical sub-team. So what we do is we basically act as the bridge between the kind of black magic that goes on that the software guys do and the physical world, which is the mechanical sub-team. So we have a lot of PCBs, printed circuit boards, that act as the interface between the computer we have on board our Mars rover. A couple of examples of which you can see on the screen. And these printed circuit boards help connect that computer to all our motors, actuators, sensors, all the stuff the rover needs to perform its tasks physically in real life. In addition to that, we also do a lot of the sensor selection and testing because we have to be able to integrate them with our electrical sub-team. And to a lesser extent, we do a lot of the unsexy wire harnessing that connects all of these systems together and make it a complete rover. Thanks. That's all I got.
Cool. Hello, everyone. Hopefully you can hear me. My name is Eunice. I'm a 2B mechatronics, and I'm here to talk a bit about both the firmware and software teams. So first of all, the firmware team basically writes code which directly interfaces with the motors and sensors that the electrical team provides. So more specifically, we write code for STM32 microprocessors, which you can see pictured, the second picture on the bottom going from the left. So we write C++ code to interface with these sensors and motors. The software team writes a kind of higher level code, which runs on our main board computer, which is an NVIDIA Jetson TX2. Yeah, and the firmware and software teams work very closely together. One example of a project that the teams take on is the teleoperation program. Essentially, when we're at the competition, our rover is operating at a distance and we're sitting at a base station, and we have to be able to send commands to our rover. We do that using 5 communication bands. We have 5 gigahertz, 2.4 gigahertz, and 900 megahertz bands. So that's an opportunity to learn more about teleoperation communication systems, which is a lot of fun. Another important thing that the firmware team does is obviously write the drivers and the code which manipulates the actuators on board and all that fun stuff. I'd say that's a good amount of the work we do, is just supporting electrical by providing the code. One other important aspect is implementing our control of our robotic arm. So the rover has a robotic arm that sits at the front. You can see it pictured at the third image from the bottom, going from the left. Yeah, software kind of is responsible for the higher level overview and control of the arm. Yeah. I guess, yeah, we're running out of time, so yeah.
Yeah. And just to wrap up, a couple of the sub-teams you didn't see today are our mechanical team, science team, and business team. If you want to learn more about them, you can come to our general meeting. Little shameless plug there. And that's all we got.
Well, there's nothing wrong with throwing in a shameless plug here and there, but that's all from the robotics team right now. Up next, we have the Waterloo Formula Electric team presenting.
Hey everyone, I don't know if you guys can hear me, can see me, everything looks good. Yeah, my name is An. I'm a team lead for Waterloo Formula Electric. I have Calvin here, who is our technical lead for our team. So let's first and foremost, we build and race and design a fully electric race car similar to a Formula, where we compete in FSC events. This year we'll be planning to attend Formula Hybrid in New Hampshire, and we race this annually. Some of the previous specs on our previous car, E-Model 2. So most of our components are basically custom. We have custom accumulator, our own designed powertrain, and we design our own frame, PCBs, etc. Lots of things to be involved in. So for 2021 season, we're iterating our design, building a updated vehicle. You don't need to know this. Yeah, so this is our team structure. We're a relatively small team, something like 30 core members. So the structure is pretty flat, and generally speaking, there's a lot of flexibility in sub-teams, and you end up with a lot of responsibility as you work through a lot of things. Yeah, these are some of the plans for our next vehicle. So we're iterating a new frame, we're updating PCBs, we're building a completely new accumulator, we're making firmware changes and business development for operations. So Calvin can walk us through some of the sub-teams.
Yeah, great. So the mechanical team consists of about 10 to 15 members, and it handles everything on the car that interfaces with like the wheels or suspension or steering. You can see one of our tube frames there. So a typical first-year project on the mechanical sub-team might be machining a tab that would hold the driver's seatbelt in place, or perhaps making a steering wheel mount. After designing it, there's definitely a lot of design opportunities, and using SolidWorks to design something, and then you get to go machine it. So the mechanical team really has like the full package of experiences. I'll just quickly talk through the other few sub-teams if you advance the slide. So Tractive System handles all the high voltage stuff, as well as all the driveline components. So Tractive sub-team has a little bit more broad experience. If you're interested in, say, mechatronics, the Tractive sub-team is a great fit, because you can help design like battery systems, you can help design high voltage wire harnesses, and you really get involved with both high voltage and like high power mechanical systems. Next.
Yeah, so I can briefly talk. So for electrical teams, we have like many PCBs, I think 8, 9 main ones, for all of the things. So for batteries, we make our own PCBs for a vehicle. And of course, that means a lot of PCB layout, schematic, bring up, soldering, all these kind of things on the electrical side. And then for firmware, so since we have so many boards, we write our own firmware for all the boards pretty much. Typical initial tasks are debugging, but then as you get better and better, you can work on like fancy controls algorithms like traction control, torque vectoring, etc., or data. And also we have an operations sub team. This is for business development. We handle all things such as project management, recruitment, marketing, building business relations, and competition logistics and finance. So to be a part of this, it's very simple. You just join our Slack. You just email us with your email or chat in any of the Discords or anywhere else. Join the sub-team meetings, read our rules, and you just ask for work, you complete it, and you repeat it, basically. So, So these are our meeting dates, and we have a general meeting on Tuesday at 7 p.m. You can find the link. We'll post it on our social media. Some reasons to join, personally. I think we build and race an electrical car. Everyone loves this. And of course, also building industry skills. So from SolidWorks, CAD, to FEA, PCB, architecture, design, firmware, lots of things. At some point, for first few co-ops, I basically had like 70% of my resume was this team. And many companies look for FSC, and not just automotive. Like the FSC is a very popular competition in terms of recruitment. And I think I've met the best. It's by far the highlight of my university. The people I meet here are amazing, motivated. And many sub-teams, as you hear here, are just living in a bay, just constantly active. It's very inspiring. Connections go surprisingly deep. I've once interviewed with someone in Switzerland. I was pretty shocked myself. Somehow they knew everything. But yeah, that's it for our sub-team.
Great. Thanks so much, guys.
Yeah. Oh.
Well, thank you very much, Waterloo Formula Electric. Next up, we have the Warrior Home presenting.
Okay, hello everyone. I'm going to share my screen. Okay, thank you all for coming to the design team session, and we're really excited to tell you more about Warrior Home. So to introduce ourselves, I'm Nancy. I'm the senior project manager for our team. I'm also in 4A environmental engineering.
Hey, I'm Nathan. I'm a junior project manager for Warrior Home, and I'm in my 2A term for Google.
Hey, I'm Kyle. I'm in my 2B term of environmental engineering, and I'm also a junior project manager.
So Warrior Home designs and builds high performance, sustainable, net zero energy and affordable buildings with our community housing partners. Our team is very multidisciplinary, and so we have members from pretty much every faculty. And we also compete with our design in the US Department of Energy Solar Decathlon competition every year in Colorado. So in 2017, Warrior Home was founded by fourth year students as part of their capstone project. And in our very first competition, we actually won first place for our townhome design with Habitat for Humanity Waterloo region. From 2018 to 2020, we designed and built a single family home for Habitat for Humanity Great Bruce and the Chippewas of Nawash. And so the family actually lives in the house now, and they moved in earlier in the year. And so this term forward, we'll be starting a new design challenge with Ottawa Community Housing.
Yeah, so as Nancy said, Warrior Home participates in the Solar Decathlon, which is hosted by the United States Department of Energy. For those that don't know about the Solar Decathlon, student teams design and build net zero buildings, and these are powered by renewables, and there's an emphasis on affordability, resilience, and occupant comfort. We're currently entered within the 2 sub-competitions that's part of the Solar Decathlon, which is the Build Challenge and the Design Challenge. For the Build Challenge, we're going to be entering the local build division, and for the Design Challenge, we are part of the attached housing division. This term, we're focusing on the Design Challenge, so ultimately we're going to be presenting those designs at the National Renewable Energy Laboratory in Golden, Colorado, April 2021. Like I said, this term we're focusing on the Design Challenge, and our partner for this challenge is the Ottawa Community Housing Group. And this housing group is Ottawa's largest and Ontario's second largest social housing provider. They have built over 15,000 safe and affordable homes for 32,000 people. And their projects include low-rise and high-rise apartments, townhomes, row houses, detached houses, and rooming houses. The design that we are going to be working on with them is a 12-unit, 3.5-story townhome. It's a new development. It's part of the Rochesterville planned community. It's which is an overall 9-story apartment building, including commercial spaces, 4 townhome blocks, one of which we will be developing, and a public park as well. They are targeting passive house achievements, net zero energy with renewable energy certifications, net zero GHG emissions, health and wellness, aka the WELL certification, and as well as helping us to meet our 10 contests, helping us to meet the goals that we are setting for the 10 contests in the Solar Decathlon.
So as you can see here, we have several different teams within Warrior Home, and within these teams, we have different sub-teams. So there's a lot of room to get involved, and you can really switch around and see which sub-team fits your own personal interests and goals. So if you want to get involved, please join our Microsoft Teams. You can see the link down at the bottom of this slide. So we have 2 types of meetings. We have general meetings and working meetings. During the general meetings, we will provide updates on our design and the competition. And we will also be hosting learning sessions on softwares that are used in the industry, and other leads will be presenting tutorials on knowledge that they are expertise in. And at the beginning, we will be doing some design charrettes to get the ideas flowing. We also have working meetings, and these you will be working with your specific sub-team, doing a lot of research and development. And these meetings alternate every other week. And we have our first meeting on Monday at 6:30 p.m. Eastern Time. So in September and October, we will mainly be doing some research and development and design for our pitch project, our project pitch report in November, and our project proposal report in December.
Okay, and that's it. Thank you for tuning in. We will post all of our information and the link to join our group in the Discord Design Teams channel.
Well, thank you very much, Warrior Home, for that amazing presentation. Up next, we have Midnight Sun Solar Car Race Team.
All right. Hey, everyone. Give me 1 second here. I'm just going to present my screen. Awesome. Okay, let me know when you guys can see my screen. I believe it's good. Sorry, I can't really see faces, so I'm guessing. Okay, it's good. Okay, I saw thumbs up. All right. Hey, everyone. Thanks so much for joining this FYEC. So hello, my name is Lana. I am currently a Laurier student. I'm not a UW student, actually. I'm currently in business with a dual minor in economics and computer science. I'm finishing my last term, almost there, so stoked. And you might be wondering, why in the world is a Laurier student on a UW team? And that is because Midnight Sun is incredible. So in case you guys haven't heard, we are the solar car team of University of Waterloo. We are building a solar car from scratch. And to show how awesome we are, in 2003, we actually won Guinness World Record for the longest distance traveled by a solar vehicle. So it's pretty crazy. We have a long and rich history, and we would love you guys to join us. So this right here in the picture is MS-12. So it's our 12th solar car. And right now we're about to build MS-14, which is our 13th solar car. So for a quick agenda today, we're doing an introduction to Midnight Sun, and we're going to talk about our sub-teams, what this team is made up of, as well as how you guys can join. So what are your next steps? All right, so what is Midnight Sun? I already talked about the team as a whole. So we are building a solar car from scratch. We started in 1988. So over 30 years of history right there. From the left side, you can see it's one of our oldest cars. It was MS1. And right now, again, we're building MS14. And you might be wondering, okay, so why are you building a solar car? What's the ultimate goal? So real quick, MS14 is what you see here on the left side. That's our render of what the car will look like. And then the goal ultimately for us is to race in the American Solar Car Challenge. So we were supposed to have one in 2020, but obviously things happened. That was canceled. So hopefully we're hoping for 2021 that we're able to race. This American Solar Car Challenge is happening in the US. So it's roughly a 3,000 kilometer challenge. So it'll go from one end of America to the other end. So we're super stoked to finish this cross-country race. We have completed it before. If you check our website, and I'll link it in our Discord channel, if you check on our website, we were the first Canadian North American cruiser class, and I think it was 2 years ago that we completed it, and we came in third, so not too bad. So what are our goals as a team? First and foremost, we know that we're building a tangible car, but really this team is about our people. So we want you to be the best version of yourself when you are about to graduate into this real world. I kind of see this team as more of a simulation of the real world, because you are able to apply so much and learn so much of knowledge regarding, technical skills, so software design, CAD design, business, and then in terms of what we're looking for the actual goal is obviously we want to build the best solar car in North America. So our sub-teams are made up of, so we're 5 sub-teams strong. Business, mechanical, firmware, hardware, and strategy. For business, we're broken down into sponsorship and a whole bunch of sponsorship, finance, and crowdfunding. And basically it is similar to what business is. We're raising money, we are organizing the operations of the team as a whole. And then for mechanical specifically, we're working with the battery box, we're working with interiors design, the design of the actual car itself, the chassis, so the structure. And then in terms of firmware, as you can see this dude in the picture, he is programming. So this is in charge of creating code. Usually we use C or Python libraries to create code to make sure that all of the systems within the car can speak to each other properly. And then for hardware, this is where the actual hardware pieces come in. PCB boards, working closely with the firmware team in order to ensure that the components are working together to make our final car. And then strategy is very heavy on, focused on Python programming to talk about how the car can race in many different weather conditions. So you might be wondering, why would I want to join Midnight Sun? Now, if it wasn't obvious already, learning and experience, I talked about a simulation essentially of the real world. So I mentioned again, CAD design. If you're looking for soft skills development, there are tons of opportunities to develop your soft skills, presentation skills, the ability to communicate well, the organization and scheduling. That's all really important. And you can learn it all here in Midnight Sun. It's just incredible. And then the unique project that you're building, of course, how often do you have the chance to build a solar car from scratch? It's incredible. And then the last piece is our amazing people, our amazing community. Especially when you're in first year, you want to surround yourself with people who are overachievers, who are constantly wanting to elevate themselves so that you could elevate yourself as well. At the end of the day, in business, we say your network is your net worth.
Well, thank you so much, Lana. I really do apologize for having to cut you off here. But that was Lana from Midnight Sun. Up next, we have the Nanorobotics Group.
Hi guys, my name is Donish. I am in 3B Nano Engineering, and I'm here for UW Energy, the Nanorobotics Group. So let me just put up my presentation. Nice, okay. So we are UW NRG. So basically, what this team is doing is we're solving modern problems with nano and micro solutions. We were originally founded by nano engineers back in 2010, and since then our team has expanded to over 20 plus undergraduate students from basically all engineering, as well as some science faculties. So previously, the Nanorobotics Group has actually participated in IEEE's international competition on micro robotics. Like we had our own designated competition for it. But since that got canceled, we've actually basically established our own research group, and we are driving ourselves based on internal deadlines and basically advancing science. So here are 3 teams at the nanorobotics group. We have Maya, which is working on a levitating microrobot, which you can actually see a demo of in the bottom right. It's called the microassembly Yibco apparatus. It uses superconductors and magnets basically to induce flux spinning. You can Google that later for your own education, but it's quite a complex topic, and we're basically deconstructing it from a physics side and using it in the real world. Second, we have our vision team. We noticed a lot of people have interest in biotechnology and nanobio applications. So basically, we started this team to cater to that. So what this team is doing is they're basically controlling plant growth using different bio and nano sensors. What's happening here is we're genetically modifying a bacteria and introducing it into the environment, and we're controlling the level of bacteria in the soil in order to basically control our plant. So you might be surprised, you're like, wait, this isn't robotics. We're kind of taking a loose term on it, like you're basically automating plant growth and controlling it finely based on chemicals in the soil. And third, we have our business and marketing team, which I think is actually the most important team. It basically makes sure that we stay connected, motivated, and very well funded. So let me actually go into what, if you join Maya, what the work would look like. And this is our general workflow for the team. So since COVID, we already had a functional prototype, but we've actually taken a step back and started working completely online. So basically right now what we're doing is we're developing simulation techniques for modeling our flux pinning phenomena. So this has not been done before. We did extensive literature search on figuring out if anybody has done this before, but it's completely novel, and we're basically making our own custom COMSOL package to model flux pinning phenomena and figure out how good is this technology at actually being applied to applications where you have to move something around, for example, automated surgery or microassembly. We are coupling this with experimental techniques. So we're basically designing a system to actually, when we get back into the lab, to test out our functional prototype, figuring out how strong our robot is at moving things around. Combining these 2 methods, we will basically tune our results, and we're planning on publishing in the next year and a half. So after publishing these results, that will be one of our internal deadlines, and we'll move on with finishing our prototype. So here's a little bit more about Maya. So we're supported by Professor Robert Hill and Professor Mustafa Yavuz. Robert Hill is a guy in the physics department at UW. He's a really smart guy, and he helps us figure out our physics. And Mustafa Yavuz is in the engineering faculty over in E5, and basically he provides us with all of our resources. So in the middle, you can see we have our own lab space. So we're not really like the other design teams where we're all in the design bay. We have our own, like, this is one of the rooms that we have. We have another room that we use for assembly, but basically here we have a wet lab and an electronics center. And this is all of our own equipment that we've gathered over the years. And, you know, students can come in here and do their work whenever they want. Some people even study in here if they want. So why should you join NRG? Basically, you'll gain exposure to some technology that you wouldn't even touch until if you worked in, like, if you went to grad school or something. So it's a really novel experience you're getting. You'll meet a lot of like-minded peers. So basically, you'll meet some of your best friends on this team. We are a smaller design team. So, you know, everybody will be very tight-knit. And finally, and also you'll be able to develop new skills to enhance your resume. So what'll happen is you'll be assigned a task, and maybe you'll be working on a SolidWorks model, or you'll be working on a COMSOL simulation and doing the background coding for it. And this would be really important to add to your resume to make sure employers know that you have experience. And one very interesting thing about NRG is actually we have a co-op opportunity tied directly to our team. So every winter, not this winter, obviously due to COVID, but in the future, basically we send co-ops to
Danish,
Japan.
I apologize for cutting you off right now, but we are at time for presentations from the design team specifically. We're actually now going to open up the chat to the YouTube live stream and answer some questions. So if you have any questions you want to drop for the design teams, or you have already asked questions in the YouTube stream, Kat, our lovely commissioner, is going to be the moderator and asking the design teams these questions.
Hello, everyone. So let's get started with questions, shall we? We have over here, do you need any pre-known skills or knowledge before joining UW Robotics, or do we learn most of the stuff along the way?
I guess I can answer that. We've always been a team that's accepted everybody, no matter your skill level. When you join our team, we'll ask you to do some training depending on the sub-team that you're on, so we can kind of get you up to speed and teach you some of the necessary skills you'll need to complete tasks on the team.
Okay. We also have, will a first year get the chance to meaningfully contribute to the team? As this is a general question, any team can speak up. However, I do encourage you to say your team when you start answering.
Actually, I have a better idea. I will go around and ask teams. So
there you go.
Let's start with rocketry. Please, can you answer this question?
Yeah, so on rocketry, we put a pretty big emphasis on this. We think as long as you feel up for it, it's important that first years get to sort of see their work going to use. So we try really hard to get first years working on big projects while supporting them along the way. And we think that's really important. We want to see you guys doing cool stuff.
Okay, I will also pass the same question to Warrior Home.
So yes, it's really up to you. We do want our sub-team leads to be mentors and to be able to give meaningful tasks to each and every one of the members. And so we really, as a goal, emphasize mentorship, and we want you to enjoy being on the team.
Okay, then I will also ask Midnight Sun, because I see another question in the chat asking if there is an application for Midnight Sun.
Yes. All right. So real quick. So in terms of the first years and your experience, absolutely, like first years will be able to contribute immensely. We've had numerous first years contribute immensely to our team. In terms of application, there is no application needed. Basically, we accept anyone who is willing to participate within our team. We believe that just because you don't have specific experience or skills doesn't mean that you are not able to contribute well into the team. So anybody is welcome to join, including and especially first years.
Okay, Kat, are there any other questions that you've seen in the chat?
Yep. Let's move on to another question, and other teams can join in on those as well. We have
also just, Kat, sorry to jump in. If we don't actually are able to answer, all the teams are able to answer your questions, you can drop your questions in the design team channel and they can answer much more freely there.
Also, to those viewers who are paying attention to this stream, not live, but watching it after the fact, you can reach out to all these design teams, and we highly encourage you to go onto our Discord, interact with them there, and find any ways of reaching them. We have, does the Formula Electric team have a Slack or a Discord? Which I'm sure you can take.
Sorry, I guess I can answer that. I'm Calvin from Formula Electric, but we do, yep. You can either head on over to, I think, the Slack workspace, or what I'd recommend is emailing our team Gmail account, uwaterlooelectric@gmail.com, and we'll connect with you and add you to the Slack and get you introduced to everybody.
Our next question is that type of commitment, attending the competitions, or effectively what kind of commitment is required for attending competitions, like a week or two during the term? ?
So I will pose this question to Concrete Toboggan.
Okay, so we have 2 competitions for the 2 teams. They're roughly a week. So if you're in school, you'd miss a couple days. If you're on work, you'd have to ask for a couple days off, but that's rarely a problem. In terms of, there would be, I think with most teams, a contribution level the team would expect for who goes to that competition. In first year, that would just be like helping us out build our vehicles. We always need help with that. And then provided we have funding, we would send as many as we could.
Okay, I will also pose the same question to you, Oft.
So it's quite interesting that so UOF is unique in a way that we take students with us to competition as well as workshops 3 times a year. So there's workshops in the fall term as well as winter term, and we've been doing that historically since '96 because that's the way our competition is structured. And we have training sessions for all of the different swim lanes in the different sub teams in the team. As far as that commitment goes, we have students who take a week off because the training is only 2 to 3 days long and it's somewhere in the US. Last year, the team went to Austin, Texas, as well as Natick, Massachusetts to get their training from different sponsors. So there is a certain level of commitment, but the reward that you gain by coming with us, with all the sponsors that we mentioned, like Bosch, Intel, General Motors, MathWorks, PACCAR, they all are there. They spend their time outside of their work hours and they're professionals to make sure that when you're taking your time off class or you're telling your boss that I can't be around for co-op, that time is worth it for you guys and you're adding value to the students as well as the organizations you're taking the skills back to. So there's a bit of a trade-off there, but not only is there a competition where you get to see the fruits of your results, there's also workshops where you get to go with the team, travel with the team, and it's all paid. That's the very least of what is exciting about joining you off and putting in that time in any student team for that matter.
Okay. I also see one question asking, I'm not sure which team to join. What should I do? As well as, is there a biomechatronics design team as well? I've heard of them, but couldn't find them on the Waterloo website. Well, I can answer that directly. I'm also one of the Student Team Showcase directors, which the Student Team Showcase is running on the 15th of September. Anyone who is interested in viewing that, I will be making a post on the Discord server with a link to view that, where there will be a lot more design teams presenting as well. So if you're interested in finding out all of the other design teams and student groups around on campus and how you can get involved, please stay tuned for the 15th to watch that.
And you'll also get to see all the design teams that presented here as well. We have another question up in the chat saying, would students be able to participate remotely if we're not on campus this fall?
So I will pose this question to the nanorobotics group.
Hi, yeah. So this has actually been an issue for a lot of us lately. So basically, how you can participate is we use online calls, and we actually have an online server set up where all engineers, you can access resources such as MATLAB, COMSOL, and SolidWorks, and we actually have licenses that we could give you to download softwares onto your computer. So through this, you can participate actively in the group.
And then a follow-up question to yourself, because we have one specific question, is how do you join or apply to the Nano team?
So if you actually go back to the Discord, I just posted a link to our online application. So our team is quite a bit smaller. So for that reason, we generally do an application and interview process. This is really good practice for your co-op terms in the future. So you guys should definitely go through with it. The application will take you about as long as how much work you would have to put in within a week at nanorobotics. So this is actually a good gauge of whether you can actually commit to the team as well. So consider filling out the application. You'll see it on our social media as well.
There was also a follow-up question in the chat to Warrior Home about the same topic. How much could a first year learn/contribute to Warrior Home from online?
Yeah, so for our online term, we have a Microsoft Teams group, which I will post the link in the Discord channel. And within the Discord, or within the Teams group, we have channels for all of our sub-teams. And so once you join, you can join one of the channels. And then we've also asked each sub-team lead to put together their plan for the term, which has all the tasks that need to be done. And so once you join that sub-team, you'll be delegated tasks through Microsoft Teams, that sub-team channel.
And then finally, the exact same question for rocketry. Is there an application process?
Nope, we don't have an application process. If you go to waterloorocketry.com/join, I believe there's a link for a Google form, and that's just for you to give us your email so we can add you to our Slack, as well as we'd love to hear a bit more about you. We're always accepting new members.
Fantastic. In that case, we'll be moving on to the final portion of this session.
So, with the final portion following the Q&A, we actually asked our design teams to come up with a fun design challenge for you guys to participate in. Waterloo Rocketry team, as well as the robotics team, have come up with their own design challenges. So, Rocketry, why don't you take it away and continue with talking about your design challenge?
Awesome. So just let me share my screen here. We will be sending this document to everyone over Discord. But yeah, so our design challenge is, if you remember from earlier, we were talking about how we have our recovery team, and they work on developing the parachute system that brings us down to the ground. Now, part of this parachute deployment system is we have a second larger parachute, and we need to cut a cord in order to deploy it. So your challenge, should you choose to accept it, is to design a mechanism to actually cut this cord. Basically, we have altimeters on the rocket, these small electronic devices that monitor our altitude. And when they send off an electrical signal, you need to design some device that will cut this cord. This is actually a challenge we've been working on the team, and is an exact example of the kind of work you might be doing as a first-year member of the team. You're free to work on it on your own or in groups, and definitely don't hesitate to ask us on Discord if you have any questions about it. We're really hyped to see what you guys come up with.
Okay, now the robotics team also has a design challenge.
Yep, I'm just gonna share my screen here. Okay, so our challenge is a little bit more of a glimpse into the mech team. One of the teams we didn't cover on, and we planned that way. So for our team, we're going to make an elastic-powered drivetrain. So on the screen here, you can see kind of a visual representation of our drivetrain, which consists of the chassis, which is the main box component, and the wheels. So for this challenge, what we're asking y'all to do is to create a rubber band race car. So I've linked a couple inspirational videos here that I really like to use. We've run this challenge in the past with some other outreach events, and we've got some really great feedback about it, and a lot of people really enjoy it and find it a lot of fun. So it's a little bit less technical than the rocketry one, but it was really meant for you guys to explore and have some fun with elastic power. Yeah. Also, I'll be posting this in the channel as well, so y'all can look back and take a look at these links.
Fantastic. Thanks for showing that. So as our session concludes, if you have any more questions until 1:20, you can throw them in the chat right now. And if we don't get around to answering them, then feel free to use our Discord.
Yep. And if you want to check out any of the other student groups or design teams around campus, how to get involved online during the fall term, there is the Student Team Showcase, which I will be linking soon, which starts on September 15th.
Seeing no further questions at this time, we will be concluding the session over here. So thank you to all of the design teams who came out to present today, and for everyone for asking your questions. I really hope you take the initiative to go and learn more about all of these teams, because they're super excited to have you on board. And with that, we will be on break until 2:05, where we have another presentation by WUSA, WUSA, or the Waterloo Undergraduate Student Association. Thank you everyone for participating. Signing off.
Thank you, Joshua. Thank you, Kat.
It was a pleasure having you all here.